Hello. Very serious music. Oh, good morning, Darren. Hope you're well. Hey, Bill. I downloaded your save last night and was playing along. Had a question. I found 4 trucks that completely run out of fuel. Yeah, that's because we were in the process in this world, right? What is going on? Oh yeah, I'm in photo mode. Yeah, it's funny that's not happening for me. Other people have said that. That's because we were in the process of moving over to biofuel. It should be easily fixed. I might just go down and do that now. Here we go. There's 2 things I need to do. First off, I'm going to go to the turbo fuel plant and fix something that I forgot to do yesterday. And then not tomorrow, then after that, I'm going to go down to Grassy Fields and just increase the coal miner. There's one coal miner that supplies fuel to everybody. And in the last few streams, I've been adding more and more trucks, but never increasing the amount of coal. So it's just run out. But there's loads of wiggle room. Like I'm doing this to illustrate the overclocking, just like increase the overclocking. I think it's not even at 100%, you know, so it just needs to be increased. So the coal node thing is just at the very bottom of the map, right here. Coal extraction 01. That's the one that feeds every truck. So that just needs to be increased. Now, we added more trucks and I'd started adding biofuel drones, but until we get the rocket fuel up, I can't really supply the drones. So I was in the process of... I didn't increase coal because I thought we'd get the rocket fuel going by then, but I just forgot. So that's basically why. Always a pleasure. Hey, Source Scoot. And hey, Chris, and Philly, and Brian, and Evan. And Eric. Yeah, so today, the plan is to do some cosmetics of the factory, work on the copper factory, and build a train connecting copper to aluminum. So we'll make a blueprint for that. So that's the plan. Yeah, I had turned off 2 of these and forgot to turn them back on. Well, I actually did turn them back on, but then I didn't save it, so... Smart. Alright, we should be back up to full power now. Alright, so I'm going to go down to Grassy Fields, just in case we do have that issue of coal running out. I'll just give it the boost. And then we'll maybe just from there jump into the... What's it called? The copper Caterium factory and see where we're going to do this train line. And figure out the... Well, actually, I suppose what has to come first before doing the train line is figuring out how much needs to move out of the factory. And then we have to upgrade it to use aluminum Alclad. I need more Alclad because we're running low, and we make that here. We make it by bringing copper up here. So I'll probably do one last manual delivery of copper. And then we'll make the Alclad, and then we'll have what we need to increase the belt speed, and we'll be good to go. But yeah, this will tell me actually how much we have. So I've got 3,500 isn't bad, but it'd be good to have just a little more. Well, we don't need these smelters or anything. We're making all of it over there. So I could get rid of all this. I'll need the copper though, so we'll just get that first, I guess. Thanks, I follow along and do that. No worries. Yep. Anyway, right. Okay, mission, task number 1. Get to the, or number 2, I guess now at this point. Get to the Grassy Fields, increase the coal node, and then pick up a bunch of copper and come back just to make a manual drop. We're also waiting on these to get up to 100%, so we'll be keeping an eye on that all the time also. So just for now, I'm just going to deposit some stuff I don't need with me. I don't know why I have so much biofuel. I'll just take a little bit back. Yeah, I've got a bunch of stuff here. Alright, that'll give me enough to, yeah, just pick up a whole load of copper ingots. Have you heard about, hey, Tuans, have you heard about Vintage Story? No, I don't think I recognize that. Love the Solaris music, yeah, same. Yeah, we have the updated playlist with the latest Biogenesis music on, so... Oop. Hello from Australia, hello from Southeast UK, and hey Chris. I think I said hi already, but hello. Man, it was really sunny a few minutes ago and it's getting dark again. Not that I mind, but it just means the camera always changes. I can see it from here. Whoop, that's the coal node. It's nice floating over my world. Oh, I think I did fix this myself, but just the latest save file I've given out doesn't have it fixed. But that should solve the problem. Yeah, because it's a curved belt, so I've obviously fixed it since. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Obviously, that's why my trucks aren't breaking down, I guess. So I must have fixed it. Just never mentioned it. I actually have no memory of this, but I must have run into the same issue and just ran down and fixed it real quick. Maybe I'll do an updated to-do list on the right-hand side as well. I mean, the thing is, it's interesting, like, I want to switch everything over to biofuel just to drain out that factory. It's just full of biofuel, there's nowhere for it to go. And we made the little platform for drones and everything, but it's like, well, this place does run on coal, like, why would you change that? I guess if you wanted to do something with that coal, but I don't have any plans to. But in some ways it would just be nice, I guess. Oh my god. Fighting each other. Here we are. So what was the fix? The fix is just that there's a miner connected to the that truck station. Just to increase the amount coming out of the miner. That's all. I don't know what number I've set it to. There's no, I don't know how much coal we're using. It doesn't really tell you, so just increase it. Some large number. It's probably only doing like 50 per minute, and then I think if you increase it to like 100, I'm sure that would be more than enough. You don't have to upgrade the miner. So as far as I remember, the miner itself was underclocked. It was making like 20 per minute, something low, like really low. But you can just increase it up to 100% and it'd probably be fine. You could make it a better miner if you want. There's really no harm. If you wanted to keep it running at 100%, you could do an overflow splitter just into an awesome sink or something. So that way it's just like it doesn't stop-start. Mine will stop and start at the moment, I guess. You know, if you in the past talked about a playthrough of a heavily modded immersive Minecraft, I've been playing for about 6-ish hours now. I think vintage story is exactly what you wanted. Imagine if Minecraft had taken a turn toward more authentic and in-depth survival experience with proper, gradual progression from the early Stone Age all the way to steampunk. That's not really what I want from Minecraft, but that sounds cool though, just as a game. Generally. Like, I like Minecraft with better shaders and graphics and stuff. But I never really felt like, oh, I need like a hardcore survival version of it or anything like that. My favorite experience of Minecraft was actually the Tekkit mod. It's probably the first factory game I ever played. I just didn't know it at the time. This is before Factorio was a game, like was a thing. And I've long since said that I think Minecraft's the game that started automation games, because I think I don't know of any game that had crafting the way that game did. And then someone thought like, well, wouldn't it be great if I didn't have to make everything? I'll make other things make the thing for me. And then the Tekkit mod basically is a mod that will, like, you make a miner like here, and it'll then carve out. You say like, I want it to go like here. Carve out all of this. You kind of create a boundary around the squares. And then it'll just tunnel down. And you have to power it. And then you see a little tube coming out with all the dirt or whatever else is coming out. It's like an excavator. And I was like, this is so sick. You know, I can excavate massive holes in the world. And then it got really complicated. They added like power and all this other stuff. And I always thought like Tekkit plus like realistic shader mods would be kind of what I'd want to play. But I did play immersive engineering. That might be where you're getting it from, actually. So that again is a kind of a factory type of game in Minecraft. And that does go from wind power to some sort of steam power, and then I think eventually to, I don't know if nuclear power, but it goes to like electric power properly anyway. Because I remember they've got different types of wires and stuff. It was a bit too hardcore for me anyway, but yeah, that might be actually maybe what you're thinking of. which is fair, because I did post about that in the Discord a while back. Anyway, sorry, let me turn this music down. Yeah, no, I'll check that out. I'll check it out. Let me write it down, just in case I forget. But I'm sure I'll see it in the Discord. Sorry, bear with me. Vintage, such a strange name for it. Written it down. I don't have time to play anything different for about 2 weeks, but maybe after that. Infinifactory was my first factory game? No, I don't think I've heard of it. Definitely heard of it, but I can't place it in my mind right now. Alright, should we chat with you while I'm building up? So we need just copper ingots, basically. I'm just going to take a batch north. So I'll just siphon some off of these lines or something into a container and just bring that with me. So just while it's filling up, we'll chat about different things. Trailer music comes on. Alright, anyways, so just let that build up in the background for a few minutes and I'll just delete it. What's the story of this game? This game is just there's no story, really. So basically, this is like a creative factory game. You land in an alien world and you're being hired by a company, and the company wants you to make certain things, and you do that by harvesting the resources on the planet, building machines, but then take in the resources, combine them into something. You take those things, combine them into other things. It gets increasingly complex, and that's pretty much it. You just do that for like hundreds of hours. And it's about making factories just for the fun of it. Yeah, I mean, the actual story of Satisfactory, I mean, it's really, really, really vague. There is a very, very loose framework of a story in there. It's like you're on an alien world. Other pioneers have crash-landed here before you. There's an AI asking you to do things, and there's some sort of ethereal, ghost-like alien race that talks to the AI, and you can hear their conversations, but that's kind of it. It doesn't really involve you too much, and it doesn't, frankly, doesn't really go anywhere either. There's no resolution to it, and you don't really find out what anyone's intentions are. Yeah, you've just been told you're supposed to save kittens and puppies back on Earth, and your job is to get materials to do that. Anyway. No, this game, the point's not to escape. Nope. It's not really considered a hostile world. In Factorio, Factorio doesn't have a story either, but it used to. They removed the campaign. And the original story was like, yeah, you've crash landed. There was like a radar base somewhere and you're hearing transmission. I loved the story. I thought it was so cool. I was so disappointed that they didn't pursue it. But I guess purists of that game just don't care, right? And I get it. Freaks like me do. But I remember it's like, oh, we have a transmission like 150 miles north. Like, you have to get there. And it's an infinite world, so it's like, cool. Like, I'll figure it out then. You build trains and get there, and then you get some messages. But then it just kind of ended because they never went any further with it. But the whole thing of Factorio is like, yeah, you're on a hostile alien world, and they're very hostile to you, and you have to get off it. So to do that, you have to get the materials together to build a rocket. I mean, that's ultimately what you're trying to do, if you want a narrative. But the catch-22 is the more you build, the more the natives go after you. So it gets more and more difficult. If you play on standard settings, I guess. I'm just building up a little bit of this, and I'm going to take this with me. Just have it on overflow so we're not taking away from the actual main lines. Will I do more Anno content? Yeah, so the Anno 1.1.7... I think I'm free to talk about it. So I got invited to do Anno 1.1.7, the Roman one, the new one that's not out yet. And Yeah, I mentioned it yesterday, but basically, I got invited to go to Rome and everything to play it, but I got to the airport and it turns out my passport was about to expire, like, in 2 months. And because of that, you're not allowed to fly. I mean, it doesn't turn out. I knew that my passport was going to expire in 2 months, but I thought that was okay. But they didn't, not the airline, so I couldn't fly. So I got to the airport and couldn't go, so there's a bit of a shame. But I'm scheduled to play it. I won't say when, but I'm scheduled to play it and record it and get stuff ready for an embargo in a few days, so I haven't played it, but soon I will be. As for Anno 1800, a new mod came out called New Horizons, which is really cool. I've been meaning to play it, I've been too busy. I did sit down to play it, I gave myself 2 hours, but you don't unlock the mod until like 4 or 5 hours into the game, so I just didn't get there. As for, yeah, doing a playthrough of it, I don't think I have the time, so no, but I would like to do a few videos on it. Like one-off videos. No worries. Yeah, to answer. Frostpunk 2's major content patch is releasing today. Yeah, I'm not planning on streaming it now. I just don't have time for anything. I wish I did, but I don't. I do 2 streams per week. I know I'm standing here doing nothing, watching something in the game. But like, other than my set schedule for doing 2 streams of Satisfactory per week, I am just way too busy to do anything else. Yeah, I mean, it depends what's in the content. I don't know what's coming. I saw that they tweeted about it, but I didn't see like what's in it. So, I don't know, maybe, but I'll probably just leave it for a while. My focus at the moment, I've got a sponsored video coming up next week, so I need to kind of play that game and focus on that before it gets ahead of me. And then I have this Anno thing scheduled soon. And then I need to do my next Satisfactory video. And I need to record Rome 2 to finish that playthrough. So, I just don't have the time. Today, for instance, I just got back from, we were in the vet, so we went to the vet this morning at 9, and then I got back at like 10, but then I had to go again like just afterwards. Actually, I didn't get back till 11, because little Rex was dropped off to have his X-ray, his 6-month post-op X-ray, and all good news. Everything looks great. I mean, his leg is like very, 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 very slightly twisted, but they're like, yeah, it's pretty much fine. They were like, you know, if we went in to try to surgically recorrect it even further, it would probably do more harm than good. But they were like, yeah, he slightly has an inward turning left leg below the knee. But you wouldn't really notice. Like when he's walking, I don't notice it anyway. But we did notice just when he sits still, like one is just like that. So all things considered, for having 2 broken legs and being run over by a car, he's doing very well. And yeah, the X-ray is all good, so he's now like just like, yeah, he doesn't need pain medication, doesn't need anything, and he's done at the vet forever, pretty much. Well, yeah, for a while. Thanks, 2 hands. Serenity mode, new map. Yeah, it's tempting, because I actually didn't really play the Utopia mode where there's other maps as well. I only played the campaign, and then I was kind of done with it. Or done for now. I'd love to get back to it, though. I'd be interested what else came with the patch in terms of, like, refining the experience, because especially towards the end game it just felt like they rushed it. But anyway, we good? I think we're good. Take this. Thanks for bearing with me. Let's head back north, get this sorted out. Oh my god, this is unfinished parts of the factory, I guess. Yeah, this is where the train is supposed to be coming out. Over there, so that's what we'll be doing today. Once I get a blueprint made. So the idea is that train's going to run along here and then eventually go up, and we have to get it up to that point there. Saw a new game like this, looks good, but can do without the Starship Troopers aspect of it. A different game. This game doesn't really have any combat, if that's what you're saying, like you don't want the combat aspect. Yeah, this one, there is technically a little bit of combat if you want it, but you can also disable it if you don't. This really is just like a creative factory game. The goal is just to be able to well, basically build up the space elevator thing that's in the sky. You're building this all the time. That's what you're making. as the main objective. But in this playthrough, we already beat the game. In this playthrough, I'm not really just trying to complete the main objective. That's kind of easily done at this point. Instead, we're just trying to do interesting and big challenges, I suppose. I had to leave the stream early yesterday to solve the water issue with aluminum. Yeah, so it's a bit of a... It seems... So basically, to step back a bit, we had an issue, right, with our factory, and one of the things it seemed like was that water recycling wasn't working. Like, the recycled water was getting blocked before it goes back in. But it seems like I might have been wrong assuming that that was the case. Maybe. It seems like what was actually happening was that we were running low on boxite, and that was slowing some machines, therefore things were then getting backed up. Because the main thing I did yesterday was we just increased bauxite and we built all these smelters and stuff, and it's never had any issues. We also built some versions where we corrected, so there's 6 rows, 6 types of refineries, I guess, or groups of refineries. And with 3 of them, we altered how we do the piping, but they're all working. So it's like, okay, maybe it was just that they're running low on bauxite. Or maybe we need to give it way more time. Hard to say, though. We streamed for like 4 or 5 hours yesterday, and it never had a problem. So I'm of the assumption that it was the bauxite issue that we fixed. Because it seems good. This is the very end of the chain. This will be the last one to get bauxite, and these are all good. No water seems to be backing up. All the smelters are working, so... For all our debates about water recycling, which are good, it's still informative, we learned a few things, it seems like the original setup worked just fine. Seems. Maybe if I give it a really long time, we'll learn something different, but for now, it does seem that way. So what we're going to do now is just make a little bit of Alclad. So we're going to take some of these ingots that are coming out here. Make some Alclad, and that'll be enough then to build the belts and upgrade the belts of the copper factory so that we can make a train station so that we can then connect the two and bring copper up here by itself. Automate it, I guess, right? That's the goal. And I want to do some of the cosmetics of this factory too, just start to make it look a little bit cleaner. Rather than floating platforms everywhere all the time. Yeah, so let's just get 1 container, just let it go into that over time. It's all good. No hurry. Did I turn that? Oh, yeah. Right, so aluminum Alclad sheets. There we go. So it needs copper and aluminum. So our copper can go in here. I'll build a bigger container actually thinking about it. Alright, and I guess just somewhere here, it doesn't really matter. We'll just build a smart splitter that then overflows into the awesome sink and sends anything it can out the left. Cool, so there we go. Now, I could summer sloop it just to make sure we get the most out of the copper, so we double the output without any of the increased cost, but I need to delete the stuff down here first, and then we can move it. Every time I watch you play, I get the itch to start myself a new world again. Yeah, I hear that a lot. I'm sure that's the case with anyone you'd watch, right? It can't just be a me thing. That's like one of the most consistent things I hear. Like, oh, you're making me want to start a new playthrough. Didn't take the hover pack with me. Alrighty, so that's gone. So that's where my summer sloops were. I've been looking for them for ages. They're in the alumina factory. It makes sense, finally. What is this doing? Oh yeah. I was just making fluid tanks. Okay. I guess I did that yesterday. I forgot about that as well. That's fine. Just leave it the way it is. No, like that. Hey, from Germany. Hello from England. Hello. Zanshi. Zanshi. Just delete some of this stuff. Right. Alrighty, cool. So, we're now making Alclad sheets. Where did I do that, by the way? Oh, over there. You just need to put a dimensional depot on it, so then I always have it in my inventory, and we can just build upgraded belts back in the Caterium factory. You're doing 60 per minute, perfect. And that'll just keep running until we run out of that. That's great. How are these guys doing yet? 76%, they're almost there. These ones are all good. That one's pretty much full. This one's almost full, so we're down to the last two. Well, when you get down to the last two, it's just one split between two, so then these two should always just have a little bit in them, but they should go up to 100% over time then. Great. Can't believe it works. It's been so long building this place. Yeah, the water's draining just fine. It's interesting because yesterday we talked about, like, this is one of the ones that's different than the others. We talked about, yeah, plugging in at a different height. But the one that's higher has the lower priority. This would have a lower priority than what's going in there, I guess, then, kind of. It's a bit further back, so it's a bit more risky, but that, I guess it's working. So that's what we were kind of unsure about, if it was working or not. But it seems to be, especially since we reset the train collection timetable. I did start New World because the Iron Factory Complex video, and I'm already 200 hours in. Last time I played was in Update 8. Nice. Yeah, that's great. Oh, really? You played Update 8 but didn't want to play 1.0 for a while. Interesting. I know a lot of people, like, may have, like, hadn't played since, like, Update 4 or 5 or 6 even. A lot of people returned for 1.0, but I can see, like, yeah, it makes sense, like, if you're just on 8. It's like, already a bit tired of the game. Wait for a bit longer. Just curious what they have in them. Yeah. Weird. The ones in the middle are like quite full. It doesn't really matter ultimately because everything is working, so I don't care. But I just hope we don't have any issues. The whole idea was to try to get them to be even. Although I guess they're not even ultimately, what they carry. As long as 780 continues on the belt out, it's no big deal. Alright. Water's flawless, is it? I would hope. We're not piling up water anywhere. Nope. Maybe the tiniest bit. But they haven't gotten backed up. They're at 100%, so that's the important thing. Good. Seems fine. Alright. So, yeah, let's go back to the copper factory. That's going to be it now for the aluminum for a while. Go back to the copper factory. I need to work out how much copper we need to make Alclad and casing. Like, what should we deliver up here? Then I need to work out like where the train station will be up here. But we can upgrade the copper factory for a little while. That'll be the next thing on the to-do list, I'd say. So let's start making this. Upgrade copper belts. Mark 3 miners for copper are done, as far as I know. Train station for the aluminum might need to go in first, and then train station for the copper. One or the other, it doesn't really matter. And then connect them. Cool. All right. I'm sorry, did I miss something else? Would you say that if you play 1.0, you should upgrade it to 1.1 with mods? No, wait till it's released. I don't even think mods work with 1.1. I would definitely wait. I think they said they're even patching the game this week, so the mods are just going to break immediately again. So, definitely I would say wait. This is a different playthrough than the... Yeah, I've got 2 playthroughs, not 3 different saves, 2. One in the desert, which is the video series, and this one here, which is the live stream series. That's it. Thank you all for the tips and tricks related to the game. I've only just started playing, and thanks to your help, I'm really enjoying it. Thanks. Yeah, no, that's great to hear. Oh, sorry. Have you seen the game Star Rapture? I think you asked me that yesterday, and sorry if I didn't reply. Or someone did, anyway. I saw the trailer, I think, and I was just like, I don't know. Could be good. If it's the game I'm thinking of, it's just, it looks like, oh, here we go again. Like, early access can be really janky for a while. And, I don't know. Maybe I should just look at it again before I comment, because I maybe didn't give it the proper attention it deserved. But I saw someone post something, I think it was that game recently in my Discord, and I was like, oh yeah, like, I don't know, like a factory game that's like really early. Like Satisfactory when it was super early on. Like it was really janky. I wouldn't have liked the game in update 1 or 2. I played it in update 3 and I was like, yeah, it's getting much better now. And then like now I think it's like a really great game. So it's like it could be good eventually, but I don't really get hyped for super early access games. And that's what it came across as, but I should look at the trailer again just to be doubly sure. Maybe we'll do that on the stream at some point today. How do you not burn out with this game? That's like the most common question I get. I get that question every like 30 minutes, basically. I really don't know how to keep answering it without boring people who watch a lot. I don't know. The thing I keep saying to people is you have to ask yourself, what are you getting burnt out by? Like what's the issue, you know? I need to know more. If you're burnt out, like if you're enjoying the game, that's great, and then at some point you're like, I'm not enjoying this anymore. Okay. Normally what I would recommend is you just play something else. But if you really want to stick with the game and figure out a way not to hit that wall, you have to ask yourself, like, what is it about the point that you reach that is making you not want to play anymore? Is it that you have to go back into old factories and update them and you don't like the idea of that? Or is it just that it seems like it's getting too complex the further you go? Or is it the repetitiveness of some tasks? Like, it all kind of depends on what's the issue. If it was just, if you're like, no, I don't mind the scale or the repetition, but it's just like I can't work out what to do, it's like, yeah, that's a different answer then for someone else who's going like, oh, I always feel like around this time I have problems and I don't know how to solve, you know, I don't know. Ultimately, the advice I normally give is build a little bigger than you need to, so that way, so normally to the belt speed above the one you're at. So if you're at 270 belt speed, try to build to 480. So you build miners, assuming you'll get 480 out of them in the future. That way, when you do need to upgrade the factory, you don't have to build a whole new one, you just upgrade the one you have. And that's a lot easier. You can just increase the volume of stuff you're making without having to build anything other than increasing the belts. And that's actually what we're going to be doing right now. All of these belts, when I built this place, were originally Mark III. It was built with the idea of having Mark V in mind. So in order to run the place at 100%, we just have to run around and upgrade all the belts. So it's like, this is a bit of an extreme example because it's a huge factory, but generally if you just build a little bigger than you need to, that can kind of help. Staying organized really helps. Keeping a log of what you're doing, either in an external program or even just like right on Steam, you can like add notes. So if you want to take breaks while you're playing the game, go play a different game for a while, come back, and you don't want to be like, what was I doing? I just have to start over. I don't want to do that, you know. You know, if you just say like, yeah, my copper factory does this other place does this, by the way, I forgot to do this. Leave yourself like a little note. The more time you invest into being organized, the more time you save long term. Like I mean, that's just true of everything in life, really. So yeah, so those are just some of the things I would say, you know. But you could go on and on about many topics in that regard. Can you give a quick rundown of how trains work? Not at the moment. When I'm building trains, like we can talk about it. The very, very quick version would be always build 2 tracks, right? So 2 tracks in a line next to each other, parallel tracks. And then when you get to junctions or turns and things, do a path signal before the junction and a block signal after the junction, and you should never have any issues. Actually, I'm gonna stay here because to upgrade our copper belts, I literally just need to upgrade them all manually, like by running around to each thing. So Mark 4, we need them to all be Mark 5s. The ones that are yellow have already been upgraded. But I can keep the color, I think, if I do this. So they're supposed to be copper orange with teal. If I copy that, paste it there. Yeah, nice. That gives us the updated thing. Alright, so I gotta upgrade all of these. This might take a while. But we'll chat while I'm doing it. I enjoyed the game for a long time, and I basically 2 stop points for me. 1, I enjoyed the game for a long time, and I basically 2 stop points for me. With a tier 7, and after everything becomes so complicated, it becomes this way very fast. 2, I want to build big, but I have to build with small Lego parts. It's difficult for me to see the bigger picture. That's no spam. It's okay. Okay, so you're actually making a lot further than a lot of people before they get burnt out. Most people get burnt out at like aluminum. Although, I can't remember. Is tier 7 aluminum? I don't know. Anyways, yeah, okay, my answer for you would just be to try and stay organized. This is going to be not for everyone, but this is how I would manage it. So I've got a program to help me. It's not, doesn't do any planning or anything, but it's just it's a program I write notes in, and I make images and arrows. So for instance, in my desert series at the moment, this is it here, right? So this is the kind of folder for the Oasis world or whatever, and each of these is a factory, right? So I'm trying to keep a log of everything. So next to the factory, I write down, we make steel pipe, we make steel beam, we make encased industrial beam. This is the number I make, 160, 30, and 15. This is the number I've left over because I am actually sending it to another factory now. So as soon as like this was just on its own before, and then eventually I go like, okay, I need some steel pipe in this other factory. So I send it from one to the other, and I keep a note of it. It's just a way of visually keeping a note of where things are going. So trying to be organized, I think, as things get more and more complicated. I'm early on in this playthrough, but you can see that like this is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and it'll help me stay organized. In the game where we actually beat the game for the first time, I just kept it in a long list, everything I made, and I just found that it was great. It's like, okay, I know what I have, and I can move it from one place to another. But it became really unwieldy. Like there's so many things to keep track of that now I'm starting to do it where it's like, actually, I'm going to like link them to things visually. So you could do this in any way you want. I think you could just write it down in a little notepad. It's like, how does that help with planning big factories? It just helps knowing what you have. It's like, okay, I need to build like something new. Oh, I have like 20 motors and 20 rotors free and ready to go. So that's the thing. But yeah, the other thing I often say is like, try not to build so big. Ultimately, we were looking at this yesterday, that for the space elevator, for something like adaptive control units, you only need 1,600 ever. That's it. You'll beat the game if you make that much. That's how much you need in the next component and the next component when you use it all. And you can look at that on the Satisfactory wiki. So in theory, you could probably just run one machine making adaptive control units at like 1 per minute. Because that'd be 1,600 minutes. So what's 1,600 minutes in hours? 26 hours. As I said yesterday, you'd be doing well to beat the game in 30 hours, right? So, you know, it's a bit of a catch-22. It's like, oh, I want to build big, but I get like burnt out. It's like, well, you either shouldn't build big or you need to stay way more organized. That would be my advice. I know it's not the easiest, but you know, that's probably the only thing I could think you could do. Have I tried Foundry? Yeah. So I played it before. I did a sponsored video for it before, actually. on my channel. I quite like it. It's like, I like voxel-based infinite world games and everything, so that's really cool. But I really wish they added something like a big excavator that like could dig the voxels and go down. So I don't know if they've done that for the next update. I'll actually be playing the game again soon for the new update. So I'll know more then. I haven't looked into it at the moment though. Right, so anyways, wanted to do Mark 5. So again, I'll just pull that one then, copy it. So it's just these belts here, right? Is that Mark 4? So make that 5, make that 5. Everything else is 5, so it's just these top layers. Guess you should probably just hover, probably be the best thing to do. Even created an iOS app for myself, keeping everything on track, but it's still slipping away. Oh, really? Damn. Yeah. I don't know. That's a tough one then. Yeah. Like, I do it just by trying to stay organized. That's for me what's helped me get through the game. It's like, okay, inside here, this is how I like plan my factory. That kind of thing. And then I try to remember certain things about it. I might leave little notes for myself and stuff. But beyond that, yeah. Like you said, it's hard to see the bigger picture sometimes. Just staying organized and working towards a big goal. Like, I'm building a giant aluminum plant now, and it's taken really, really long time. But I have the to-do list on the right-hand side of the screen. I just go like, okay, the next thing is like the refineries. The next thing is this. The next thing is this. And I use blueprints to help me build it at scale, you know. But the best like kind of advice I can give. Hey, Genome Cop. I found that 1.1 experimental that deleting items such as production buildings doesn't always leave behind a box of items. Have you seen this? Yeah. It is leaving behind a box. Typically what's happening is there's a new option in the game. Let's see where it is. Merge dismantle crates. So when enabled, dismantling will try to put resources into an existing dismantle crate in a 100-meter range before making a new one. So if you're within 100 meters of an existing dismantle crate, you'll find that everything you're deleting is getting thrown into there. So it's to prevent you having a billion all over the place, and instead having one locally. That could be what's happening there. How do you decide how much the factory should produce when planning? Yeah, so this kind of goes back to, this is the last one I'm going to answer just for a little while, because I want to just play the game. Not that I mind, I don't mind people asking, it's just that I get the same questions. I don't know if this is a way just to answer these, like in an easy format. If you go to the Satisfactory wiki, and you go to Space Elevator, this question is like an interesting question, right? It's like, how do you know how much you should make? The important point of that question is should. How much should you make? Hang on. I guess you can't see what I'm looking at, can you? Oh, you can. So the pivotal question there is like should, or word. Keyword there is should. So if you want to know how much you literally need of everything, go to the wiki, and then this will tell you. So you need, when you're making smart plating, you'll need 4,300 in total. So why is it that? So each tier has these costs. Okay, so to beat the game, at the end, you'll need 200 ballistic warp drive. If you go into here, you'll then see what's needed for that. And so it says, this is the recipe. That's how you make it. There's no alternate recipe. So that's what you need. And it's like, well, how do I make that? And it just keeps going, right? You go back and back and back. So the question being, how much do I need to make of something? So some of these components require the previous tier. So it's like smart plating is needed to make modular engines, for instance. So how much do you need overall? Well, 4,300 is the answer for smart plating, let's say. So how much should you make? In a smart plating machine, it makes 2 per minute. There's an alternate recipe that makes 5 per minute. But let's just say you're using the standard one, you're making 2 per minute. So 4,300 divided by 2, it's 2,150 minutes to do that. Divide that by 60, it'll take 35 hours. You could just have 2 per minute, you will easily beat the game in 35 hours. You'll make enough to beat the game in 35 hours with that amount. It's a bit low though, right? So you might not be satisfied just making something 2 per minute, but it'd be pretty quick to build because it's just one machine. So this is the trade-off. It's like how much time do you want to put into something versus how much are you going to save by how fast it produces. Like you could make, like I could make I don't know, 200 smart plating per minute, right? So then it'd be 4,300 divided by 200. So it would take 21 minutes. Super fast. Super fast. 21 minutes. The amount of time it would take you to build everything, to build something that makes 200 per minute like that, would take quite a long time. And then you still have to go on and do all the other things. So it really just depends. It's like you could leave this in the background for 30 hours while you are working on everything else. Now, it will be your limiting factor though, right? Because then if you're making 2 per minute... Oh, right. Rex is here. I was talking about him earlier. Deep in some spot right now. He's still a little woozy from his vet visit. Anyways, so yeah, the last point on this would be that basically this includes like what has to go into the other machines. So still 2 per minute is fine, but it means that you could never make this at a higher speed than 2 per minute, right? So 2 per minute goes in, 2 comes out. So you'd always just be doing 1 per minute modular engine. So you could start working your way back. You could go, okay, ballistic warp drive then. What do? We do 1 per minute. Let's say that that's your target. At the end of the game, you only need 200. So it would take you 200 minutes. Unless you threw in a summer sloop, that would double it. So it could take you 100 minutes, which is totally fine. You leave that last machine running for an hour and a half. And you beat the game. So let's say your target then is just, okay, I want to do 1 per minute. And then you just work your way back. Okay, for that, the next space elevator part is 1 per minute of this. And then you go, okay, that needs a modular engine. That's a space elevator part. So let's try to do, that's just 1 per minute. So that means we need 2.5 per minute for this. Like that. So to do 2.5 per minute, we would need 5 per minute of this. And then we're back at smart plating again. And there is a recipe that does 5 per minute. So you could plan it as simple as that. Or you could say, fuck it, I want 50,000 aluminum per minute. Let's just have fun and try to make that happen. And that's what I'm doing. Because I've already beaten the game. So if you just want to get through the game, you need a very low volume. By the way, there's a graphical bug, by the way, in 1.1. But, yeah. So if you just want to get through the game, I would aim low. Very low. Aim for like 2 or 3 machines per space elevator part. And then you'll have loads to do, and you should beat the game. But yeah, if you want to have a more satisfying giant factory kind of thing, then I typically then base it off the amount of ore that's around me. So it's like, I didn't set a target for this factory. My goal was I'm going to collect all of the copper, all of these little orange symbols here. This is all the copper in grassy fields. So that's what this factory was designed for. So, you know. Anyway, hope that answers everything. I'm going to upgrade belts and try to focus for a minute. Although I say focus, I can easily talk while we're just upgrading belts, I suppose. But I do have to upgrade them all, so it is a lot. I might even turn down the game, because it's going to be very repetitive. Just the ones where there's turns might be difficult. Yeah. I'll tell you what, we'll do the entire left lane, and then I'll do the right lane. That'll just make it quicker. Now, as I'm doing this, I'm going to be making crates soon. I'll just delete these, whatever. Feel bad doing that, but so be it. Anyway, so let me just catch up on chat with that. 10 out of 10 quality of life update with those crates. Yeah, it's a really good one. You don't have crates everywhere. There is no best number, you just play the game. Yeah, but you know, that's the answer I would give anyway, which is, it is up to you. Set your own rate based on enjoyment, but if you really want to get technical, you can look through the wiki and see what is literally needed. No worries. Should just clip these things out? Yeah, I guess so. I just feel, what do other streamers do? Do they just, because if someone asked me in my chat, how do I do this? I'd feel bad being like, watch this. I don't know. Seems a bit rude to pawn people off on shorts or reels or little segments, but I am repeating myself a lot, more and more each stream, I guess. So it does seem like it would be worth it to the other people who have to like hear me talk about the same thing over and over again. What are we up to today? We have the to-do list on the right-hand side. I won't re-explain it, but right now we're just upgrading belts for a while. I am going to turn this down because it is way too loud. Effects. Oh. Oh, that must be a mistake or something. You can't expand this out anymore. I'm sure that's an accident. You used to be able to expand this out and then manually adjust like all the different effects in the game, like different machine sounds and stuff. Oh no, oh, they've moved it down to sound effects. Oh right. So there's effects, controls the volume of sound effects, and then individual, oh right, okay. Equipment volume, boombox, chainsaw, da, da, da. I don't know if you can actually change the, like literally placing things noise on its own. Factory volume? No. Vehicle, weapons, creatures, consumables, ambient. I'm guessing it's just overall effects. But I'll just turn that down for a little while we're mass upgrading belts, because it's going to be very repetitive, I think. Yeah, it's a bit better. When I get to the next turn, I'll re-chat. Because it's super important I make sure I get all of these, otherwise if I leave a bit then the whole belt will be slower. Yeah, if you hold control and then drag to the trash can, it deletes everything in that container. Either yourself, your inventory, the container of a big container, a train, whatever. A stream elements command? Maybe, but then it's like either it would have to be a big, yeah, it would be a stream elements command where it's like, okay, I just answered this, so boom, here you go. And it would be like a clip or something. Maybe I'll just do a video where it's like the most common questions I get. Alright, we're running out of Alclad. Might be worth running back and picking up a container full of it. I mean, it's going into my inventory now, but take a while. Just do this row. Yeah, I guess I'll have to go fetch a container of it because we've got a lot of these things to do. So I'm just going to leave a pole here so I know where I left off. And we'll make a dash back up north one more time. Turn back up the settings for a minute. Oh, that was dialogue volume. You spend like 70% of the stream re-answering the same questions? Yeah, it's probably a bit much. I think 70% might be a bit high. But it probably is like 20% or something at least. Have you tried controller support yet? No, actually. Never have. Controller, I've always said this, like I played with a controller before they added controller support and it worked totally fine. Like Steam has manual user input controllers, like so my DualShock 4 here, and occasionally I would use it to get cinematics and stuff, so I'd plug it in and then sometimes I'd just run around using it. And I remember on a plane I played Satisfactory on a laptop and I just had a controller plugged in so I could play it, and it worked totally fine. Leave my inventory, thank you for the reminder. I just don't have time to make videos like that, but yeah. That's why it's like, it's probably easiest just to make a clip rather than writing a script and making a video, but I might do it. I just feel like when people come into a stream and they ask a question, which is totally fine. If I said, go watch this video, they just won't. Because I wouldn't. I'd be like, yeah, whatever. Sure, you'll manage it? You've had enough practice? Oh, I can make videos. It's more just about the time. I could make the best guide for this game ever. I have no doubt. I made a guide for Anno 1800 and it got 1.5 million views or something. So it's like, yeah, I can do it. But, man. Don't have the time. No, I don't really use hypertubes to travel. Sometimes, but not really. I don't really like them. I've been playing on the Steam Deck, and it's pretty amazing how well they did controller support. That's great to hear, yeah. That's really good. For Satisfactory 1.1, so the official controller support you've been trying on Steam Deck? Ooh, use frames, I'll take them. Oh my god. Excuse me. Okay. Okay. Fine, don't worry about it. He's fine. I got him. Got him, didn't I? Trying to jump uphill, which isn't working out for me very well. Once I saw that arch, I knew you were walking into. Yeah, even when I saw them, I was like, oh, it'd be fine. I thought they would kind of jump over me, but they do those little jumps. The splash damage is what got me. That's all good. All good. I'm looking around as I can't see where my music is. There it is. Alright, so we just ran back up here to go pick up some aluminum Alclad so I can upgrade those belts a bit quicker. There's a container just down here that should be full of it now. There's another one actually. Two of them are hooked up to Dimensional Depot. I was thinking about it. How's the copper doing? 3,200. Yeah, give me that. There should be another container just further down. How we looking? Still not at 100 yet. %. We're running low on boxite. Ow. I need to figure that out, because that's the problem. That's the problem, really. They all Mark 5. No. That's the fucking problem then, isn't it? I feel like they should be all the same. Maybe I just didn't have the Alclad at the time or something. Yeah, let me start over here and just do all these. They have to run at 780 per minute. If one of the stations got empty, then I guess the other belts are being supplied by Mark 4, and that's probably what happened then. With that happening, it means that I may have to recycle or flush the water one more time. That it then? I think that's it. It's a bug for the gravity change thing. Yeah, they call it a moon jump bug. I don't know what that means, but they said they're gonna fix that. You are definitely jumping higher, and it's not by design, because that is super annoying. And I'm after learning it now, so it'll probably feel weird going back, but it's definitely too much. Like, I'm overshooting the smallest jumps, you know? Yeah, it seems like I probably ran out or something if these just didn't have it. Double check with these. All right. Don't really have to do this, but I'm going to do it. So it's going to lower the efficiency for a while, but we won't be here to see it, so okay with it. It's good that the problem isn't with water, and it's just with boxite not getting here enough. Fucking train problems, man. If it was trucks, it'd be fine. Joke. Right, anyways, so the other thing I need was here. That should be a decent amount of Alclad to keep us going for a while. Is a time sink they can be to kill, the large spiders? If you use homing ammo, they're pretty quick to kill, because they move a lot, and it's low damage for homing ammo, but at least you don't have to, like, aim. It just goes right to them. You have more patience than me. I know there's a lot of churn during streams. New people asking a question that they didn't hear. Ernest is saying, nah, I don't know, I just kind of consider it somewhat of a blessing that people want to ask anything. I was wondering if I could get that Oasis save and check it out myself, but I have no idea how to. Yeah, just go to whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory. And then in there, it'll tell you how to use saves, download them, and where to put them and all of that. And you can use all my saves. It's all there for you. whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory. I've watched hundreds of hours of your VODs. First time actually catching live. Hey, Genomana. Nomana. Thanks. Oh yeah, you're right. I didn't check the other side of the lift. That's a good point. Oh, well, it's too late now. I will definitely do that when I get back though. Good point though. Alright, we're back. Oh yeah, these need to be all connected and turned on. This place can, in theory, all fully run now, so I'd like to get it all going, but we're waiting on these belts to be increased. And this is where we left off. This is not the same as my YouTube series. This is the same as my Update 8 YouTube series. So it's an old world that I stream. But the Desert series is the new world, and that's just videos only. You like the color scheme of it? Thank you. Right, so these belts go really far down, but they only need Mark 5 up until their first splitter, so they don't have to get too much. They don't have to go too much crazier than that. I can turn the volume down again because it's so loud doing that over and over again, so. How much do we have, by the way? Yeah, we've got lots. Bit laggy doing the actual upgrade, but once we let it upgrade, then it seems to be fine. Oh, that's the splitter there, right? Yeah. Wait a sec. Oh, yeah, that's okay. Alright, just the top two now. There'd be no harm in leaving the others as Mark IV. I'm tight on resources, right? So, no point wasting them. Oh, this one actually could have stayed Mark IV the whole time. Oh, that's why it was not upgraded. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, whatever. In fact, I think it actually needs to stay Mark IV. Maybe I'll just leave that bit then, I guess. For now. Alright, so we have to do the other layer, the other side. That was one side. We have to do the other side. Is there a way to construct something like a priority splitter for liquids? You could spend the excess water on something sinkable without running all your water through packagers. Send excess water on something sinkable. Yeah, so is there a way to have an overflow for water? Not that I know of. We were talking about priority yesterday quite a bit. Basically, it seems like if you have a junction like this, let's say that you have this, and this is just going one way, and this is going another way, whatever. Right, so your pipe's doing whatever it does. Apparently, this has the lowest priority on a pipeline that's going like this. Now, does that mean, in theory, this would be your overflow, because it has to fill this entirely, and then it'll only go up when there's too much. I think. Haven't fully tested it, but that's what people were telling me yesterday, and it sounds reasonable. Like, water doesn't want to go up unless it has to. So, in theory, overflow should only be... could be like a vertical only thing. And to be super safe, I would build it even higher. So you get 10 meters of headlift free, depending on whatever your... See, this is the thing. I feel like if your pipe has a lot of headlift anyway, it will just go up, but I don't know that for a fact. In theory, it shouldn't go up unless it has to. So that could be your overflow. A petition to name it to what darn fixes. There's nothing broken. They're not needed. Although I've always wanted to do like a series called Fix My Factory, where we go into other people's builds and fix them. Alright, so just gonna grab that. We need to upgrade this side of belts whenever we find one that's not upgraded. I'm not sure how far down I went. Okay, so they're all good. Do this side now. I don't need to do the top belt actually. It's just the 6 on the bottom. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong side. Alright. Right, so the yellow belt has already been done. I noticed that you have 2 boxite miners that are not going anywhere in the aluminum factory. Do you know this? No. I have 2 miners that are not going anywhere. I'll have to look into that, because that does not sound right. We checked all the miners in the stations. We checked all the nodes. I honestly don't believe it, but I guess we could have a look. So 2 of the bauxite deposits have miners on them, and they're, quote, not going anywhere. I'd watch the heck out of a Fix My Factory. Maybe one day. I mean, I talked about that 2 years ago, and I still haven't found the time to do it, so it's probably never going to happen. Could be a fun stream. There we go. That's all of the copper belts done as Mark V now. And not to be super annoying, but I'm just going to make the top one over here Mark IV because it needs to be. It's quite important that actually it is, because it might take more ore away from the other belts if it's not. So just that top belt will have to be back to Mark IV, and I'll just run along it. Oh, I can't run along it the other way. Yeah. Let's run along it down this way then. There's a streamer that does Fix My City in City Skylines, and he's got quite popular with it. Yeah, it's not that super of an original idea. The reason I thought of it was Legend of Total War is a friend of mine. He did Saving Your Disaster campaigns on Total War games. So it's like, oh, like your campaign's not going well. He'll go in and like win it, basically. And I was like, oh, it'd be cool to do that, but like for Satisfactory. It's like people often say, like, I get in my Discord, people are like, oh, this isn't working, I don't know why. And I was like, oh, it'd be kind of cool to like fix it on stream, like go in, figure out the problem and fix it. But I don't, you know, and try to make it a snappy, interesting video, I guess. But yeah, it was years ago. It was like 3 years ago, I think. Whenever I first started streaming Satisfactory, that I thought it'd be good to do that and just call it Fix My Factory. But I've seen other people do it for other games as well. It's like Alex the Rambler started doing it for Hearts of Iron. He was like Saving Your Disaster Hearts of Iron campaign. Spiffing Brit has done a kind of a version of it where he exploits people's saves, you know, basically taking in user submitted things and doing stuff to them. Saving Your Disaster Factory, yeah. Saving Your Spaghetti. Yeah. Alright, cool. While I'm here, let's paint the ones that aren't correct. Yeah, just the Mark V's can be painted again. I can talk through what this is doing for those who don't know in a few minutes as well, when we get back to the beginning of it. Ah, found one. I can't believe I built this place. It's so... what was I thinking? Now with Blueprint Auto Connect, building this type of factory would actually be so much easier. I couldn't connect these. I had to build all these belts manually. Like one group is blueprinted, but then you have to connect them like so every second line of belts you have to draw them out yourself. Basically, it's like what a nightmare. What a chore. Done. Right. Oop. This is, I was thinking it's a future Darren problem. Someone else will figure this one out. Cooking with Darren? You know, back in the day, I've been streaming for like a very long time. I used to do cooking streams. I did 2. And I had a little separate camera, so just like this camera, there would be another one in the corner, and it'd be like the oven camera, if something had to be left on. I mean, I only did it twice. It was actually really, it was more of a joke with my community at the time, but people loved it. I was tempted to keep doing it. But yeah, so the whole point was like, yeah, we're going to prep food, make food, whatever. And then I think the first time it was just chicken wings. It was pretty simple, like with a custom sauce, like a hot sauce kind of thing. And I can't remember, something else was made alongside it. Anyway, that was prepped, and then we put it in the oven, and then the oven camera would be like in the corner. You could kind of see it, I guess. And then I'd go play a game for like 20 minutes or something, and then it's like, oh, the wings are done. And then we'd eat I would eat the spicy wings on the streams. That was fun. And that was called Cooking with Darren. I have super creative names for everything. These are all Mark 5. Good. Right, so we have to head downstairs into the sink room. This can be removed now. I'd like to put an elevator in here. Nice. Alright, cool. So an elevator can just go there now. Let's see. Elevator floors. Personnel elevator. Oh, that's in the way. Okay, we could just extend it. I'll just have to get rid of it, actually, because the way elevators work, if you delete the stop, or delete a section of it, the whole thing gets removed. You have to have, like, a clear run to the whole thing, usually. I use, Rocketfuel. Maybe we can just go to the top pretty quickly, though. That's how you do it. Love it. 152 meters. Hello, Ryan and Donnie and Drew. Looks like you planned for an elevator there. Yeah, so the idea was that in the center, I always do this, I have a central staircase, and in the center, there'd be a glass tube pillar, and then I'd have like hyper tubes that would take you to different floors. But now there's actual elevators, so it just kind of works out that yeah, it just fits one foundation, so it just kind of worked out for a lot of my builds. And then we just need to add in stops, different places. It doesn't work perfectly with the way I did stairs here, because there is one that's offset, so I have to change the staircase a little bit, but other than that, it's pretty good. Yeah, this is the one, so it's like kind of offset, but I'll fix the stairs in a bit. There's like 6 towers in this build, so I've already done 2 of them with elevators. And they all have the same layout, so pretty straightforward. It's a shame you can't copy and paste the settings between elevators though, because you have to like do out the floors every time. Oh, I thought the door was there. Can I get rid of just the floor? Yes. It's if you get rid of this, it deletes the whole thing. So if you bring this up by a meter higher than you wanted it to, you can't get rid of it as far as I know. It's trying to build underneath. Oh, there we go. Sorry, my bad. Does this have power? No. Is there power in here? I don't want to grab that. It's connected to various switches and stuff. I'll need to create some sort of power line that's just for elevators or other things like that. I don't want to switch off the water extractors and then the elevator dies, so it needs like a specific thing, I think. I think floor 2 has power coming in. Yeah, I'll just grab this. Just for now, just to get it working. Cool. I'll need to go over to one of my other ones and see how I did it if I wanted to copy the floor layout. See if this one has one. Yeah, so you can't copy that, so I'll spare you. It'll be a bit boring just watching me type this in. We'll just leave it. I'll have to do that myself at some point. So what do we need to do now? So I've upgraded all the copper belts. I haven't upgraded their outputs, and I need to do the sink room. That's what I was doing, yeah. That's the next one down. No, you can't copy it, yeah. Need dark gray and copper teal. I think is the color. There we go. That kind of fixes it, right? Bit of a weird thing here, but at least we've got a floor, a platform to get in and out. Right, so here we are then. So this is the sink room. So this basically, everything just goes into these awesome sinks unless we pull some switches, and then the belts are allowed to continue into the factory. This allows us to fill up the refineries with water first before filling them with ore. Really helpful, but we do have to make sure these are all Mark V as well. Let's check this side entirely first. These look like they're backwards, but they're not. That's just completely missing. That's good. That was actually a Mark V, so that's broken since 1.1. Okay. That's why it's like there's no point really trying to fix too much stuff, because I feel like it's just gonna break. Let's try again. So here you go. Alright, I think that's Mark 5'd out of its mind. We just have to make sure these are Mark 5'd as well. Yep, this one. Yep, all good. Great. How's things going with moving apartments? Slow. Very slow. So there's no real update. I mean, nothing has happened. Not to go on a diatribe about it, but basically, like, you know, obviously we're not doing anything. In January, we made an offer, the offer was accepted, and it's like, cool, solicitors will do it now. And since then, we haven't had to do anything, other than we signed a few forms and stuff, and we've been ready ever since. And we're just waiting, all the time. So, still just waiting. Any day now, we keep getting kind of told. But yeah, it's just frustrating stuff where it's like, okay, they have everything, I think. Our solicitors are saying they're waiting on something from the other side. The other side are saying they're waiting on our side. So it's like, I don't know. Just waiting. Really need to move soon, though, because the landlord's starting to get a little annoyed. Like, we're supposed to be out by the end of April. And he's pretty chill and cool with everything. But it's like, he just wants a date. And it's like, yeah, I don't know yet. We haven't even given a date. Anyway, so we'll see. But there shouldn't be any problem. It's just just taking time. A little bit of bureaucracy, just taking time. Trying to think what else has to be done now. It's the copper ingot belts need to be upgraded then as well on the outside. So I guess we'll do that next. Do I have much Alclad? Yeah, we still have Alclad. So the ore coming into the factory is now being upgraded. It's ready to go. But what hasn't been upgraded yet is the ingots that go out. So every group here makes 487.5 ingots. And they also need to be connected. Double check a few things actually with this. So are these... Yeah, I can't remember. I'm just going to go upstairs really quickly and see, like, what does each of these refineries make, and do they need to be Mark 5 belts? Because they're Mark 3 at the moment, which seems low. The 37.5 times 13, right? Yeah, okay. So they're the ones that need to be upgraded. That's a bit of a slog as well. Has to be done, though. These are the output belts, so we have to do all the output rows. There's so many. That's if I do one, we'll be able to copy the color. Technically, it only needs to be Mark 5 at that point, and it could be Mark 4 all the way down. It'd be nice to make use of all this stuff I have. So maybe just 2 rows of this might be better. Alright, once I get into the rhythm, then I can catch the chat a bit better. So we'll do the inverted colors on the way out. Great. It looks like some are already marked 4, so that's good. I'll save some time. Wonder if you could use SAI. Yeah, maybe to copy the elevator settings. That's an interesting thing. It might work. The floor height would be the same for each one of them. I hope they just kind of add it as a function. They add that to the game. It'd be nice if they did. But yeah, that'd be cool if Skim could work with that. Mark 5 already. That's one layer done all the way down. That's good. Let's do the next one. So that's Mark 5 and that one's 5. We've already needed them for something. Man, this music just makes me want to play Stellaris. Like, it's such scheming music. Alright. Next up, all the elevators. Or lifts. I think it's easiest just to, so I don't miss something, just do one component at a time. Just run up and down the factory, basically. Good. Clear those two that I missed. And I just know they're done, you know? Oblivion Remastered has pulled me from Satisfactory for a few days, and I really need to get back in there and finish my half-built factories. Yeah, that's why it's important to, in my opinion anyway, to leave yourself a reminder of what you were doing. Because naturally you're going to be pulled away every now and then to other games, right? So really helps when coming back if you know what was kind of going on. Yeah, I'm playing at the moment Expedition 33 and Forza Horizon 5 on PlayStation, and I just beat Shadow of the Colossus before that, and something else. I got a platinum in something else just recently. Alright, good. So then these belts now need to be Mark 5. I'm gonna follow one at a time over to its, yeah, to here, and then we'll do all the ports at the end as well. So why am I doing this? Are we getting to trains, just in case anyone's wondering? Yes, these are all the things that are going to be going onto the trains, or at least some of them will be. These all need to be upgraded first. Then we can technically power on the factory then fully, I think. I played Forza for years and years. Awesome game. Yeah, I actually played it on PC for quite a bit, quite a decent amount. But you know, I'm a big PlayStation fanboy, so when I see an Xbox game popping up on PlayStation, I'm buying it. I want them to capitulate. I want them to put all their games there. And Gears is coming now. It's great. Can't wait. Jokes aside, though, it is a console war purchase, literally. Not even joking. But I did want to, like, I haven't played it in a long time. I didn't fully finish the game, so now it's like, oh yeah, with trophies, I'll like get the platinum or something. I've been really enjoying it. I haven't played it in maybe about 2 years. I don't have PlayStation Plus though, so I just play it offline. It's kind of weird offline in some ways because there's all this online stuff it wants you to do, and it just doesn't work because I don't pay for it. Obviously on PC, it just had all these people driving around my world and stuff, and now I don't have that. In some ways, I much prefer that. It's like great. I have it all disabled. But in other ways, it's like strange that it's always trying to give me upgrades and things to use online. It's like, you could use these like chat commands and things now. You unlocked this thing that can be used online. It's like, well, I'm playing it online, so it's strange from that perspective. That was one thing I didn't like about it. It's like the whole live service element of the game, which is fine. It's just that it's really all about FOMO. It's like, check in every week, and there's like this car and this season, and this thing's ending. Like, these races will be gone, and this car will be gone if you're not here. It's like, ugh, why, man? You know, the data is in the game. Can't I just progress towards it on my own? I'll still play a lot. I just can't play it every day. And you make me not want to play if I miss something then, because I'm a bit OCD with it. It's like, oh, I missed these seasons? Fuck this game, then I'm not playing it anymore. So that's the complete opposite effect on me anyway, but obviously I think on the majority it probably, I guess it works. I wouldn't mind if they just, I really wish live service games like Battlefield and stuff have their seasons and everything. It's like when you inevitably move on from your game, can we just run the seasons again? Just run them again. Why wouldn't you do that? The company would make loads of money doing that, I think. Because it's like, yeah, now the season's like here again, and people can spend money to get their things again and stuff. Like, it just keeps the content going on a loop forever. Because I wish Battlefield did that. I didn't really play 2042 until it was fixed. Because I bought it and then I refunded it. And then, like, when it was fixed, it was like, oh, we're on season 6. It's like, oh, cool. Can I see any of the other stuff? It's like, no. Like, okay. And then it's like, season 8's the last one. See you later. Oh, see you later. Maybe run the old seasons again, then. Like, you made the contents there. Why not? I don't know. Anyway. Hello, Lynn. Hey, Damcar. Thanks very much for the gifted memberships. FOMO backfires on me, too. Thank you. 5 gifted memberships, and that's gone to Ryan, Games on Life, Leon's Unreal Framework Shop, Akash, Mahato, and just simply Jay. Health update. I'm now in the skilled nursing facility. Now just rehab and waiting 6 months. That's good to hear. At least things are on the mend. What would you find was the biggest change when going from 8 to 1.1 on your save file? Well, this 8 went from 8 to 1.0, then 1.1. I know there were no changes, at least any major changes that had an impact on your production lines. Yeah, there was one. I'm trying to remember. Most of my factories are fine because I built them in the bottom part of the world. Oh yeah, there was a huge one. I can actually talk about it in just a few minutes. Once I do these belts, I'll just run over to it. It's just over there. I mean, the quick answer is, because I don't fully remember, I had a line of assemblers making something. I want to say it was the quickwire stator. And I'm pretty sure we had like 20, and then now we only need 4. So it's like, that was pretty dramatic. For the same output. And then there was one other change that affected that as well. So that was like, oh. I was redoing the calculations. I said, did I get all this wrong? And it's like, oh no, people let me know in the comments. They're like, no, the recipe changed. And I was like, ah, right. And then one of the nodes for my quartz factory became pure. It was normal. So you could get more out of it. But other than that, everything remained the same for me in this world, where I'm only got to like tier 7, right? So I never went further than that. And obviously then coming from 1.8, there was no dimensional depots, there was no SAM stuff to do with SAM, like fluctuators and that. So obviously that was just additional changes, but nothing that had to change on top of existing infrastructure, really. I'm just going to go to the bathroom real quick and just get some water, so I'll just be back in just 1 sec. Ah, that's a big one too. Yeah, the sulfur node moved. One of our sulfur nodes for the turbo fuel factory moved and became a lower purity, I think. Because we weren't getting enough anymore. But I unlocked Mark III miners, and then we just increased the volume out of the one we were using, because there was 2. Anyway, back in 1 sec. Still watching the other one that you made before the build of the Iron Factory. Oh, right, yeah. Cool. How's your power looking for this save? Just picked up Forza Horizon 5 on sale. It's been too long since I played a car game. Yeah, Forza Horizon's like super... I'll answer the other question in a sec. Yeah, Forza... Like, I used to play Gran Turismo a lot. And then I like Wipeout and Motorstorm, these like kind of more arcadey races, but I also like Gran Turismo, which is a bit more sim racing. I like Gran Turismo for the campaign, as you're like... You have to work with a lot of like lower tier cars before you get better ones and stuff. It's quite cool. But Forza was just like Horizon anyway. It's just like super fun. It's like a mix of arcade and sim. Like I play on like the hardest settings to try to make it like more sim-like, but you're still ultimately like doing these crazy jumps and stuff. Also used to really like the dirt games and Dirt Rally and stuff. It's quite cool. Yeah, for the power in this factory or in this world, I don't know. I can't remember exactly. We can check a power line once I get over to one, but it's somewhere in the 70,000 range, and I think we... If everything turns on, we use 50,000, so we should be fine. This factory alone requires 20,000 to run. Ah, so I was still doing that line. I just got confused. This line here. I'll just go back to the next one. Alright, looking good. Oh yeah, we have to increase all the water connections downstairs as well now. There's so much to do with powering this on to full speed. Make a mistake with these, we'll easily see it on the glass case risers that we have. We'll see gaps. Or big gaps, anyway. Your save take forever to load when you convert it. Yeah, it took quite a long time. I used to race cars. I should love sim racers, but I just can't do it. Arcade racing is a lot of fun, though. Yeah. How often do you make use of power shards instead of just building bigger? Almost never. Power shards, as I'm sure you know, increase the power consumption of a machine. Like exponentially, I guess. So I just build more. It's much easier to just place more machines than to make more power at the end of the day. So the only time I use power shards are for miners. Is there anything else that you use it for? I think I just use it for like extraction, oil, mining. Oh, and power generators. Yeah, so for power generators I use them. So if you want to save space, obviously throw them into power generators. Because that makes sense. Because you don't lose power exponentially, you only gain it. And you don't gain it exponentially with power generators, but you do lose power exponentially with machines. So a machine that takes like 10 megawatts of power with the power shard, and it's at 200%, instead of 20 megawatts, it'll be like 30. So it's like, oh, I'm losing power. So at scale, it feels like a waste to use them. Unless you just have insane amounts of power. But I've never built like some giant power factory, so... I always err on the side of conserving power. That's 5 already, okay. Confusing because of how it's painted. Name it that one. That's because we just did that recently for something. We sent copper sheets into that other factory. Broken. Is that Mark 5? Yeah. Mark 5. Leave them for a minute. Is that done as well? Everything's done now, right? Oh, it's just this group at the end. These all Mark 5? Yeah. I guess I'll just do this. Sure. Alright, so the last thing then for this underfloor is just the making sure that these are all Mark 5 lifts that are going upstairs. That's 5, 5, 5, and 4. Alright, just quickly run through them all now. Put some lights in here. Yeah, it gets pretty dark, doesn't it? It would be nice to have some floor lighting in. Generally speaking, I'm not often in here. Like once it's upgraded, then it's like, yeah, that's kind of it then. Which is why I never really did too much with it. I did have lights down the other end though, but I think I ran out of crystal oscillators as I was trying to go further and further up the factory. Just a scale thing, I guess. I was still doing some of the flooring and colors and stuff as well. That's that. So now the outputs, most of the outputs, just about out of Alclad. I should pick some up consistently so that it has time to fill. Yeah, so now we just have to open up the glass case risers upstairs, break into them, and give them their Mark 5 belts. These will be colored orange to look on theme with the colors that we have in there, the lights. You also have the inverse of exponential power savings as well. Underclocking multiple machines rather than one also yields additional saving. Yeah, indeed. I do that all the time. Like, I'm like, oh yeah, we'll just underclock these. It's better. Let's just do that. One thing I always forget though, is it like... Yeah, let me just test something again. Let's say we want to make screws. And let's say I want to make 50 per minute, right? So I'll put this down 25, and then this one will be 25. So they'd normally be at 4 megawatts. Is there anything here running so I can, yeah, give me some power? That's another hooked up. Until they run, I won't know, will I? Let's make something with copper then, because I can actually just do that right now. So it should be 8 megawatts, right? 8 megawatts of power makes 50 screws per minute. But let's see what happens when these go in. Or it's not screws, sorry. We're now trying to make 10 copper sheet per minute. So it's 1.6 and 1.6. So yeah, so we're getting the same amount, but for less. The 3.2. So at least at this number, we are saving 20% of our power. There you go. By just having an extra constructor. Not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah. Space shouldn't really ever be a constraint of anything in this game, considering how big everything is in the world. But I understand if you're in like a between cliffs or something, you might feel like there's not much space. Oh, these are already Mark 5. Nice. Yeah, these lights, I could remove these and put in the new clean ceiling light version that I made, because they're much better. They're bigger, for one. They're actually the same color, I think, as well. Let's just, as a test, I'm just going to get rid of this one, because it's not part of the blueprint anyway. So it's a 1 meter foundation. So if I did put them in here, you need a 2 meter for the lights anyway. So they could stick out. I mean, I wouldn't mind, really. That's what it would look like instead. So much brighter, way bigger. And you can't even really see that it hangs out. I mean, it obviously does, but I guess it looks fine. I mean, these hang low, so whatever. We could do those, and they're blueprinted. They'd be really quick. So maybe it's another lighting solution we could potentially use. Let's put this back the way it was just for now, though. It is nice now that you just copy an object and it keeps the information. So good. Really do like that. Right, so it's just this one left. Some of these are probably Mark 5 already, no? Yep. Okay, so next thing, I just want to make sure these are all connected. We have lights, even if they're yellow, all the way down. Any red lights, basically, I'm trying to get rid of now, so... Unless it's on the entire block, that's fine. They're yellow, so that just means they're not... They can't put stuff out. Wow, okay. These are red, and they're broken here. Connect them. They're hard to see, but they're in the same place, I think, for all of them. Way late today? Yeah, where have you been? Let me just fix something. My camera's getting a bit dark. Alright, looking good. Yeah, water will be the next thing. They're connected. They're connected. Cool. And they're all connected. Alright, so it's just the left side now. Work decided I had to be there. Be here. Work decided I had to be here, unfortunately. Oh, okay. Are you at work now? The game is lagging when I upgrade belts. It doesn't lag when I'm not doing that, though. I don't know what that's about. It only lags when I upgrade really high tier belts. But now it's real smooth, right? Or it should come across that way. I think that's it. Yep. Alright. So, I think the Caterium ones need the same job done, but there's only 3 of those, so it's not many. Can't believe it. After like started building this like a year ago, it's finally about to be turned on, kind of. I can't run it unless we hook up some awesome things to make sure everything continues to run. I don't think we have that yet, but we can set those up. These all connected also? Oh. I didn't connect any of these. Bit laggy actually doing this as well. I think it's because... Maybe because it's trying to detect stuff that are like upstairs. See all the like boundaries that are appearing? Maybe, I don't know. Feels like it goes away when they go away. That's my best guess. Okay, we are lit up. Right, next job, water. Once the water is active and set correctly, then all of these machines in theory can run. Yeah, I can't remember even how many refineries it is. Something like 450? Actually, we can go all the way down. Oh, we go even lower than this. Did I not put a thing in at the bottom? Isn't it the bottom left? Okay. Right, here we are then. So, these need a specific clock speed, which I can't quite remember actually. The Caterium ones. Oh yeah, I might have to run upstairs and just see what that is. Oh, I don't need to run up. Oh, actually, yeah, I do. Sorry. One up. Right, so just based on what these are set to, and I have to make sure they're all the same as well. It's all based on 780 ore. We recently just reconfigured these, so yeah, 98.4848. Okay, they need two. I really wish I did the documents for the Caterium because it's such a pain to figure this out. Like, why is it set to that? We just did this the other day. I just can't remember. So there's 3 groups. Right. So 1, 2, 3. So 780 ore between 3 lines. Got it. 780 ore between 3 lines. So, and how many's on a line? 11. So 780 divided by 33. So they have to make 23.6363. 23.636, yeah. Alright, well at least I know where that came from. That many machines. Or... That's the amount of machines, sorry. There's 33 machines, so that's the amount of ore. Yeah. That's fine. I have to check the recipe then to see what comes out, right? The Caterium. $12 per minute, 24 in, and the water needs to match the... So we need 780 water in total then. Okay, that's easy. 780 water, but the way the groups are broken up downstairs is probably a bit different, so I'll just check that. There are probably 3 groups. Oh, math is difficult. So 780 divided by 33 machines. That much. We're doing 22 machines though now for the water, right? So it's 35 point... No. So I need to get the clock speed. 780 divided by 33. That's the amount of ore that goes in. The 33 machine. Why? I don't know why my mind is breaking down. That it's not a mod. That's how the elevator works in 1.1. Ugh, goddamn brain. Right, so I'm trying to get what the clock speed would be just in this calculator. Obviously I can look in the machine, but I want to get it here. So there are 33 machines. Oh, I know how. Okay, cool. Got it. Got it. They're taking in 24, so there we go. That's the clock speed. Now I say there's 22 machines running at that clock speed. Yeah. That's the clock speed, and there's 22 machines, but they're taking in... Oh, it's the same per machine. 23.6363, etc. That makes sense, I guess. Because the water and the ore is the same, so it is 23. Now I need to times that by 22 machines. So we need 520 water. Got it. Alright, good. It needs to be set to 520 water. And there's 5 water extractors. So each one needs to do 104. Let's see if Crazy Odd had it. I don't think so. It's definitely this. So each row needs 50. Well, that's not right. 520 divided by 2. 260. Oh, you were right. Sorry, I'm sorry. You're right. You're totally right. Good job. And hey, overcharged egg. Alrighty. So each row, yeah, so each row needs 260, but it's 520 overall. Cool. These are already set, but I think the other ones haven't been, so I just wasn't sure which ones are correct or not. Those are good to go. And they'll need Mark II belts, or pipes. What were these previously at? Yeah, okay. Ready. Set their pipes just after this. $780 divided by 3 is 260. It was that simple, was it? Goddamn. I guess, yeah, I just wasn't clocking the fact that, well, the water and the ore is the same. So, yeah, you can just divide the 780 number. Not very smart. Right, so let's make this watercolor. And I'll just upgrade these pipes. Was built before I had Mark II pumps. This is easy enough to do that. Darn, still waiting for the elevator in-game as well? I don't know what you mean. I just built some elevators. We have a few, right? Okay, so they should be good. Here's your elevator. Oh, actually name these ones. Nice, yeah. Basement. Oh, the door is on the other one. So what is it? We have basement, logistics, refinement, maintenance, and logistics. 2, and then assembly. So where do I actually need to go? I guess logistics 1. Just jump down, man. Why wait? Well, because then you have to call the elevator if you want to go up. I might as well ride the elevator down. That's why in other builds, what I'm starting to do is have like 3 or 4 elevators next to each other, and that way you can call one and just get in the other one. If you do end up jumping off the building or not using it. It's fun. Yeah, I like the elevators. They are a little slow. I still like them. Especially for this place, it's pretty cool having it to see where I'm gonna go. There's a gap here that I didn't hit. Alright, so that's that, I think. The final little check here is just to make sure these belts and pipes are all connected, which they are not, so letting the water flow to everything. Belts are not connected either. I think this belt speed's okay. Like, I assume someone figured that out for me. So 11 machines, let's just say 11 times 24. It would be 2. Yeah, that's fine then. It's less than that, so that's okay. All good? All good. Mark 5? Mark 5. Cool. That should be Caterium done. Gotta do it now for all of these. So, but they have different numbers. That was just the Caterium numbers. The copper numbers for water consumed is something quite different. Let's see. Per minute. I don't think any of these machines have different clock speeds or anything. I think it's all the same, I think. So that should be pretty easy. It should be 130 on a line, so 260 as well per group. But not per line, so per group. So 520 per every 2 group. Yeah, so that's cool then. That's 104 per machine again. That's great. It just works. These look like they've maybe already been upgraded, have they? Yeah, 104. So seeing that reaffirms... Wait, no, sorry, I'm still in the Caterium area. Alright, let's go further down this way. Yeah, these just haven't been done. But I assume they are the same. Shit. Okay, actually, you know what? I'm just going to paste them onto every machine, and then I'll go row by row, and then I'll do the pipes, because otherwise I'll forget what I'm doing. Feed it back. Sorry. Feed it back, or if you have limestone nearby, you can use the water for making concrete. This has nothing to do with the aluminum, by the way. We're in a totally different factory at the moment. Oh, sorry, you're asking that person. I was playing yesterday and encountered an issue, which is the extra water from refiners. There's an easy way to get rid of it. Yeah, so Chio Gay says, feed it back in as a recycling. Or if you have limestone or something else nearby, like if you have coal nearby, you can make generators. You know, or you could, yeah, make generators to get extra power. Some people like doing that. If you've limestone nearby, you can make concrete. If you don't have anything, you could maybe try to get plastic or iron canisters maybe and just can it and then sink it if you want it. To package it. But for me, I recycle it, so I send it back in. So yesterday, I'd said that I think the easiest way to do it is... I don't want to stop too much of the stream, but I'll just explain it one more time because I was thinking about it again recently. But basically, if you have 2 refineries here, I'd say it's 2. Then you've got 3 refineries here. Right. What you could do is going to be a crude illustration. Let's say we're looking at it from this perspective, right? So things are flowing in this way, okay? We're top down looking at it, taking in water this way. So these are your bauxite ones, okay? So we'll color those just so we know. These are bauxite taking, so they're orange. And you get your water and you send it in to one of them, let's say. So water goes in, and then a luminous solution comes out, and it goes into the next one, and then water comes out of this, and we're going to loop it around here, and send it in there, like that. So this means you've only got 1 doing a water extractor, and 2 on recycling. To make that work, you would have to change the clock speeds of these 2 to match the output of these 2. So if you look at the outputs of these and they're at like, I don't know, it's like 50 per minute or something, then you just say like, yeah, these need to consume 50 per minute. And this one will then do something probably higher than that. So, you know, it might even need another one itself. I don't know. But that's how I would do it going forward. So this is a recycling system, but it's not dependent. You're not mixing this into that one. That's where things get really complicated for a lot of people. You don't do that. If you just keep these machines separate, then you don't really have a problem. And what will happen is then the solution comes out of this and it joins into here. So these 2 then feed that one. It's all about the clock speed though, making that work. It might even be this case where they have to go like that. So yeah. So it's a bit more complicated in terms of like the number crunching, but it's so much easier when you get the number right because you don't have to worry about getting water onto the same network. If for some reason it all goes wrong, these fail, then it means these machines fail, but it's not the end of the world. Like, it doesn't mess up this water or any of those extractors or even a little bit of production starting. So yeah, less can go wrong that way, I think. But yeah, I'm not going to talk you through the numbers. We did that on stream yesterday. We found the numbers that would make that work. You'll just have to watch that if you want to know. But I'll probably do a video on it soon. Next time I build an aluminum factory in the desert, anyway, in that series. You should be set to 104 already, I think. Nope. What was going on with these? But okay. Oh, I have a feeling they're supplying less groups, actually, these ones on the end. So that might be why that's different, but... Okay. Anyway, limestone is everywhere. Yeah, it's just though... Here's the thing that I don't know why people don't consider this. It's true, limestone is everywhere. If you want to make more concrete, go for it, you know. Each to their own. But, you know, that's a lot of belts. A lot of power to use to make more stuff. Like, oh, you need refineries then. More refineries. That's a lot of power. You need miners for the limestone. You need to figure out bringing it over, make it all look good, or whatever. A lot of effort. If you could just recycle it, you don't need to do any of that. But it is a 2 birds 1 stone thing. It's like, yeah, if you want to make more concrete or you want to make more power, having it nearby coal works, right? So then you just make more generators. Not so bad. Then you're getting power from it rather than spending power. Each to their own though. Whatever you need in your world, I guess, makes sense. find a lot of players of this game just don't really consider power because they're like, oh, I just built a nitro rocket fuel factory and I have like 300,000 megawatts of power. It's like, okay, you know, most people, or a lot of people who play the game, maybe for the first time, don't have that. And power is actually like a big problem for people. But yeah. I tried this method with downclock, but the machines sometimes keep idle. What if I add a fluid buffer or refine the water back into polymer? Well, if you... the only thing I could say is if you did it, no offense, correctly, they shouldn't go idle. I don't know why they'd be going idle. And I don't think a buffer would change that. So I'd need to see what the problem is specifically to know exactly what's wrong. But yeah, I mean, you could, if you want to make something else with it, that could work too. Like polymer resin. But again, if you're just looking for something to sink it and get rid of it, then yeah, I think mixing it with limestone to get concrete's pretty good, although it costs a lot of power. At least then you could use the concrete and sink the excess. Polymer is a bit of a waste, I think, unless you really just want to make plastic or something from it. I would just go with something like concrete. Because to make, you can't just turn water into polymer. You must need something else, right? Oh yeah, mix it. Oh right. But yeah, you need the... I'm a bit confused, right? You need the polymer. Refine the water back to polymer. I'm assuming what you mean is if you have polymer, mix it with that to get something like plastic or rubber or fabric, right? Change this music. I would recycle it. If you could recycle it, that's usually the best. I think the approach I outlined is pretty good. You can definitely make those numbers work. I'm 90% sure we did it yesterday. Like I didn't build it, but we built a little mini version and it seemed to make sense. Alright, let's just go layer by layer. So there's only 6 of these that needs to be done. I'm playing without mods for the first time in a few years and having fun. Yeah, I play without mods. I think it's great. I like mods though, it depends. Now that I've beaten the game, it's like, yeah, now I'm kind of ready to like throw on a few mods, but there's still a few things in the game I haven't done yet. Never used Fixite or Fixonium. And I never made like a nitro rocket fuel factory. I haven't really made a lot of the ammo factories. Until I kind of exhaust most things in the game. Then I'll switch to mods. Try different things. Oh boy. Yeah, number can't lie. Maybe I was mistaken with the numbers anyway. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Gotta be a way. I'm pretty sure there's a way. But I just think, yeah, keeping it on a separate machine line might make things easier or have less chance of causing real problems. And if I could redo the factory I just built, doing that, I would do that now. Because once I only figured that out as we were building it, and it's like, oh, this would or just after we built it, and I was like, oh, this would probably be a lot better actually. All right, 2 more to go, I think. Maybe 3. Babe, wake up. New Pope just dropped. Oh, really? There's a new Pope? I saw there was someone in the running for it who had his name. His name was like Pope Pizza Man or something. And I was like, come on, wake up. Alright, that's it. They're all done. So we just have to go upstairs, do the Mark II pipes for each of these, and then that's that. Then, the final thing is just hooking up some awesome things so we can at least run it. And they can be temporary, so we can just throw them down. Just get the thing running. Accepting all the copper. Oh no, these are actually providing for 2 groups. That's good. I don't know how that's possible, because we've got 7 groups on one side, 7 on another. Oh, wait a sec. That can't be right. That's 3 groups. Oh wait, no it's not, no it's not. That's 1 group there and 1 group down there. Yeah, yeah. Block. I should use the terminology I've set out. Block. 2 rows, but it's 1 block. This is Mark II already, so that's good. I don't know, I'll just trust that I must have thought that through. Don't know. If you're only feeding 2 blocks each, there's 7 blocks on one side and the 7 on another. Surely one of these is feeding just 1. Maybe the one on the very end then. Oh, did I already went through these? Oh, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. Oh. It's not like Caterium. Nope, still don't know actually. Never mind. Still 2 blocks each. Let me just count this out. So we've got 1 here. So block H and I. Okay, so that's doing 2. This one is doing 2. Oh, but there's 14 in total. Oh, that's clever of me if I split it that way. That's doing 2. That's doing 2, but it's doing 1 on this end and 1 on that side. Oh, good job. That's well thought out. It feels like I would never think of that, but I guess I did. Upgrade the Pope to Mark II. That's funny. Well, Pope, what was his name? Pope John Paul II? He was Mark II. No, Pope Pizzaballa? Did he get it? No. An American guy, Provost or something. No, it wasn't Pizzaballa. Ah. Think of the memes. We already have a Dorito Pope. Great to have a Pizza Pope. Alright, Mark II out of our minds. Some of the water pipes are disconnected, so I need to now just make sure all the water is connected on each pipe. We could do the belts at the same time, just make sure they're good to go. Yeah, so some of these just were missing a few things at the very end. I just ran out of materials, I remember. Alright, so just check all the pipes first, then do the belts. It's just easier just to segment these things. I'll fly quicker as well. Okay, that looks good. We need to connect these. So they were cut specifically there because I could only run like the first half of machines and they were clocked that way, but now everything should be able to turn on. Alright, water's all good on this side, so we'll check the other side now. That seems weird that I didn't do this. Are these part of a blueprint? Oh, right, they are. You didn't connect some belts back there? Yeah, I said I'm just going to do pipes first and then go back and do the belts. Changed my mind. they're hooked up. Looking good. Alright, we have a disconnection down here. Alright, great. We'll do belts now on the way back. So, we'll start on this side, I guess. So... these need to be... oh yeah, I already did that, didn't I? Didn't I say that? Yeah, we made these Mark 5 on the ends, so that's good. Everything needs to be Mark 4 except for these two. I'm low on material, so... oh wow, I did even more than I needed to. But yeah, that's fine. That's all good for this last one down here. So just do this for everyone. You're Mark 5, that's good. Yeah, these are the ones that I properly did. They're Mark 4 still. They all have their floor holes. Check. Ah, I need to check a few things actually. So I mean, I'm sure if the outputs are connected, the inputs are. I don't see why they wouldn't be. That's just while we're here. Make sure that this is painted as well. Just keep it consistent. Alright, good. Okay, so that line is connected. That line's connected. These are all connected. They're Mark 4. Okay, I'm like a little factory inspector here. Make sure it's up to code. That's not up to code. Now, question. Is a Mark 3 belt enough for this? I don't know. $15 times 13 is 195. There's 13 machines on each line. Each block needs 390. So you need to be a Mark 4, I think. Makes sense to me. But 195 can be handled by a Mark 3 belt, so that's cool. It's just the initial cut-in point. I'm just going to make sure of that down on this end as well, because I forgot to check it. Yep, that's okay. And then just to be sure, on the one on the end, that should just be Mark 4 all the way in. Yep. Great. Okay, cool. So yeah, Mark 4 on the way in, 3 on the lines. Make sure the pipes are connected. That's what we got to just... oh, the pipes are connected. Make sure the belts are connected. Cool. I am. Are you? Are you an engineer? Am I? No. God, no. I'm a gamer. I am what you see. I do this full time. Does Trump know the position for the Pope is open? I saw that picture. Did anyone see it? It's quite funny. He posted like an AI generated picture of himself as the Pope. I think it's funny anyway. It's just, I don't know. You just gotta laugh. And then he posted, the White House account posted, I don't follow any of this stuff, but it always finds its way, like, you know, no matter what, to Reddit or somewhere that I end up reading. But the White House posted something like, Happy May the 4th for Star Wars Day. And they said something about, like, how the radical left are, like, Sith Lords and stuff. And they posted a picture of Trump with a red lightsaber. And it's like, guys, red is the bad color. Like, at least get the lore right. I'm gonna run down the middle chain and do the Mark 4 belts separate because it's too much to remember to do everything. Alright, good. So now we'll just do the Mark 4s, and I'll do it on the other side as well. Accurate at least. When doing YouTube videos, do you do continued voiceover? Do you make the video in voiceover after? So I used to do reviews, and in reviews I'd write scripts and voice it that way. In the YouTube playthroughs, I voice it as I'm recording, and I edit. So I might have recordings that are like 4 or 5 hours. I'm not talking all the time. When I recognize that I'm probably going to do something repetitive for a while, I just don't talk. But I leave the mic on recording. And then I just talk when I pick up. So I'm constantly like talking while I'm recording, and then I just edit it a lot to condense it down as best I can. He's straight trolling? Yeah, totally, yeah. That's the thing, it's like, I feel like if you're someone who doesn't like him, you can't let that upset you. So that's kind of the point. I think, anyway. Be inflammatory and rile people up. You gotta laugh at it, you know, it's funny. Alright, so they're all Mark IV. So let's work our way down this way. Just make sure that these belts are all hooked up. Ah, I missed some pipes somehow. Okay, these are all connected. Did I not do pipes on this side? Wow. Don't even know where I am anymore in this. What part of the factory I'm in. They're connected, they're all hooked up, ready to go. This one will be a bit tedious. You have to actually build these out because they weren't done for some reason. Maybe I ran out or just got tired. Oh, found a gap. The gaps should be generally in the same place. They were cut specifically for a certain amount of ore, so if there are gaps, they should be in the same place. Yeah, it's like absurdist funny is how I look at it, really. But anyway, F block inputs not connected midway. F block. All right, thank you. Pope Leo the 14th, Robert Prevost, an American. Is it the first American pope? Do popes have to be Catholic? Yes, right? Yeah, obviously Mark 1's fine. They could be Muslim? No, I meant like, could they be Protestant? But no, it's a Roman Catholic thing, isn't it? It's just the reason I thought of that is because a lot of American Christians I know, they identify as Christian, not Catholic. And they're often like all these different sects. I don't know much about it. I don't know many. Well, I don't know many Americans ultimately, I guess, but it feels like Italian Americans are often like Catholic. But when you go further west, it's like Presbyterian and things, Lutheranism. So I was just wondering, like, if you have to be actually Catholic. They even have to be of the rank of cardinal. North American, last one was South American. All right. They have the head of the Catholic Church. What's the head of the Protestant Church? Church of England or something, is it? I used to be an altar boy. If I'd stayed on that career, you know, maybe it could have been me. Or could be me. Protestant church doesn't have a head. There are many different denominations. I was baptized Catholic, but I'm Hispanic American. You could still be Catholic though then, right? Sorry, not F, I. Okay. Okay, I'll go check I in a bit. Making sure that that's good. Got turned around. I don't know which way I came from. I assume I came from that direction. All connected over there. Seems like it. Okay. These need to connect. Oh, someone's cooking food outside. It smells really good. Don't want to give me a line for that one, no? Okay. Oh, maybe it was just invisible. That's weird. At this angle, I just don't see it, but it is there. Wait, is this right? Yeah, they are lined up with each other. That's actually pretty nice. Man, it's dark in here now. Holy crap. Right, so I'll get back here in a sec, but we'll have a look at I. See if it's disconnected. I is behind me. Which one? Which group am I at here? L. Okay. This is group I. We're all good on that side. Let's check this side. We're all good on this side. I'll check the one on the end, just in case it was... the letter was wrong. Ah, there we go. It's the one on the end. It's H. H group. Thank you. Thanks, Orig Flub. To get down to group L to continue. Maybe this one was Jesuit. Any Latino heritage in America. Oh yeah, that's true, right? Yeah. Martin Luther in the 16th century nailed 95 theses on the Catholic Church, the start of the movement that led to the formation of Protestantism. Yeah, I vaguely remember. Learned some of this stuff in school. Batteries are good for backup power on variable power like geothermal. Yeah, sorry, I get it now. Eru TV. It's just when you said, but I'm Hispanic American, I was like, oh, I don't know what you mean, but I get it, I get it. I've been redoing my aluminum recycling during this and last stream. I think I finally have it down. Let it run for a while and let you know. Nice, good. Church history is over, yeah. One time when I was an altar boy, I don't remember exactly why, but we went into the back room where the priest would be normally. And it's where there was like a big safe in the wall and it was open and there was all the like communion in there and we just ate a whole box of it. I'm super, I don't know if that makes me super holy or the opposite because it was a sin. Gluttony? Yeah. like a whole carton of wafers. I also, as a kid, when I was like 9, started like a fire near the church. I had a bunch of bins, basically, and so I had to run into the church, and I was grabbing like holy water to put it out. Good times. Alright, those are all hooked up. Side is looking okay. This one looks good. It looks like there's a bit of a gap down at this end as well. Alright, it's a bit repetitive, but at least it'll be one and done. No more upgrading this factory. Darren Awards, Dumbman's reasons people went to hell. I became an altar boy after that, so I'm assuming I had confession at some point, so I'm all good. Oh god. When communion was over, it was basically just passed out to the kids. That's kind of nice. Yeah, the Rocketfuel I'll be using for the drones. That's what it's for. I don't know if I'll use it for anything else or what I would need it for. We only have a little bit left over, but it'll be enough for loads of drones, I think. I think it's something like maybe 80 per minute, something like that. Not a huge amount, but probably enough to carry the liquid biofuel to any truck that ever needs it. Or maybe set up drones doing something. We could always give ourselves more if we want. Just means lowering the actual power. Mehmet, thank you so much. 2 months. Yay, he says. Thank you for becoming a member for 2 months. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Man, Darren, you built so much. My head's spinning just doing 5 per minute computers. And here you are upgrading your factory 300 plus refinery. Hats off to you. Thanks. Wait, you're the one that, spotted a few things in it. You're keeping a keen eye. So, I reckon you're cut out for making big factories if you're able to follow it. So far, you seem to be. The sad thing is, this was like episode 5 of my Update 8 series, and I was telling everyone else to build this too. Saying like, oh, it's easy. It's just big. But it's just copper and water. And that's true. It's like, it is just 2 ingredients, but it became like the most complex factory ever because of the scale. Well, it's not complex. It's just laborious. There's so much going on with it. I love it. My baby. It's probably the biggest functioning factory I've ever made, right? The biggest ever factory was that big shell thing, but I never actually made that do anything. Hey, King S and bro King S, you robbed my cousins, says Jake Paul. Be Jake Paul. Alright, we're down to the last row. I think almost all of the other ones on the other side are done. There might be 1 or 2 little patches we need to correct, but should be it. Alright, that's done. All hooked up. Alright, next side of the factory. Do it all again. So I just need to make sure that these are good running. So far, so good. But these have 2 floors, do they? Yeah, these could easily have those ceiling lights put in. You could get rid of the sort of strip lighting thing I did here, because it's frankly not bright enough. There we go. How'd I do that? But even then, it's still not going to be bright enough, really. But it is better. I must have run out of quartz as I was building this, because why haven't I just extended these, you know? It's odd. Do they just connect like this? Okay. Oh no, they don't. Yeah, I was gonna say the spacing was off. Could just do default mode, just to line them up. Actually, it's probably the way they're intended. Yeah, that's actually not bad. I guess you could keep going like that. That's not me. Yeah, you Sorry, you robbed my cousin. That's not me. Yeah, you scammed him. What? I remember you. Don't pretend. Silent? What? Didn't scam your cousin. What are you guys talking about? Settle this in court, not in my chat. King Sass. King Sass. Scammed my cousin. Well, how did he scam him? I want to know. Or how do you think he did? They stay on when I'm not looking at them. They turn on as I get closer. It's kind of cool the way that it doesn't. It's not intended to do that, but it's kind of cool the way it does. All right. Anyways, for this floor, the upper floor would stay on the whole time. Right. So anyway, to focus back up, focusing on this side, just making sure that these all have what they need, like no disconnections, everything, all mergers hooked up. Seems good. Good. Very last thing would be just making sure all the belts are Mark IV. I think I already did that. That'll be an easy one if we spot them not being Mark. Alright, so that means now we go up to the top floor and we hook up some awesome things just to get the. I'm gonna turn on everything to see if everything runs. This was supposed to be doing the trains and stuff today. I just kind of got a bit sidetracked with this. I really only needed one layer of copper to be done, but it was like, might as well just get it all working. Maintenance here. So this floor will have to handle, yeah, all of the bits coming upstairs. So these all need to be Mark V's now. Oh, right, and this floor is, okay. I don't think that needs to be any more than it is based on where it's going. Maybe. Don't know. Alright. It's awesome sync time. So we decide what to do with these. So some of these will just go straight upstairs into the train station. Plan. The big train, big empty area there is all the room for logistics for the train that will be above us. At least that was the idea. I guess maybe 2 and then another 2. That might be the best way to do it. Right, have to give them some sort of power that'll just keep them going for a while. Such triumphant music. Haven't even turned it on yet. That's awesome. What's happening in the chat between you two guys? He deserved it. What didn't scam your cousin? And then it's like, he deserved it. Lucky you scam, same username and profile, stole his whole Steam account. Don't give passwords then. He made it easy. Wow. That's so funny. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's awesome. Did you do it, King Sass? That's awesome if someone just found you in my YouTube channel. It's like, oh, hey, I know you. I've seen this account, this username. Yeah, we heard about the new Pope. These lights are nice, but they kill FPS. Those lights don't kill FPS in my experience. The regular lights kill FPS in my experience. The display signs are totally fine. Like if I run, well, I'll leave it for now, but in my experience, yeah, they don't do anything. Which is why I use them a lot. It's the regular lights that like tank my FPS. Very eager to see if that aluminum factory is still running okay, considering how long it's been. Okay. So these are temporary until we figure out what to do with this copper, but we just want to see if the copper can actually run as intended. Those groups are hooked up. We've got another group down there, but these are actually being used. But I could create overflow where they just go into awesome sinks as well until we turn on the rest of the machines. Although I feel like I could turn on everything now. That'd be a bit of a sidetrack. It would take a while to balance it all. So we'll just run some overflow here, so at least that way everything can run. Why is there so many? I guess, yeah, okay. Oh, because I haven't done the 4 on that side. Oh, yeah. We need 8 in total awesome things. They're so bulky. Guess I'll start on the inside. 1. Mark 3 belts. How embarrassing. Jesus, alright, okay. The anticipation of running this is killing me. Send this up and over. So there's awesome sinks over there. Can you ban the trolls? Yeah, I can get rid of them in a second. It was Jake Paul that started it. I'll just put him in timeout for a bit. Okay, Jake? 5 minutes. If he continues, it gets longer. Right. Good morning for 85 God. Can anyone explain to me the point of the sinks? I don't understand why you'd run them. To keep your factory running at 100%. So if you make more of something than you need. So for instance, here's an example. Just made a factory in the last video, right? So this is the factory here. It's a copper electric factory. Just darken the background for you. Right, so copper electric factory. Why would you run an awesome sink? So, in order to make 2 adaptive control units per minute, I needed all this other stuff. But I made a little bit more than I need. For instance, you need computers to build things, certain machines. You need cable to make wire or to connect power. You need copper sheet to make pipes, right? So this number here, the pink number, let me just change that music again. The pink number is going into a dimensional depot. The dimensional depot then will allow it to run into my inventory, right? So I'll be able to get 20 copper sheet per minute wherever I am at any time. So why would you run an awesome sink though? Well, when my inventory is full and the dimensional depot is full, this is just going to back up to 20 per minute. And therefore, you know, 2 of these constructors are going to back up and they'll just run anytime I take stuff out of the depot. And this means that will back up and then this will back up, right? So this will back up and then this will back up. Now, there's no problem with things backing up. What it'll do is your power is like consuming everything all the time, and then it'll dip, and then it'll come back on, and then it'll dip. So you might notice that your power line, when you look at it, if you don't really care about this kind of thing, is doing this all the time, what you're consuming. Now, it doesn't really matter. You still know what your max consumption might be, so you just know that that's your limit. So why is it a problem? It's like, well, if you want to make sure that you're actually running the factory the way it should be, and I am making 2 per minute, a way to sort of guarantee that is to have a stable power line. Now, you can check the machines, right? So if they say 100%, that's great. If I'm not there, though, I don't know. Maybe something I did after 30 minutes, like something ran out or whatever, and I just don't know. And this could have a knock-on effect, because maybe I need computers to go into another factory. And that goes into another factory, and that goes into another one. And eventually, it's, you know, the chain gets very complex. So you're trying to then isolate, like, which one had the problem. So I like to know that everything's running at 100%. And to keep it running at 100%, you say, like, when this gets full, I will overflow into an awesome sink. It's this bottomless pit that just takes in whatever you send it, and it generates you tickets. And you can do stuff with those tickets if you want, which is fine. But really what I want it for is just keeping the factory running at 100%. That way, I know exactly what I'm making and where it's going, and that nothing's falling short. So that'll be the main reason. I didn't connect half of the N block input. N block input. How do you know that by now? This is so long ago. Oh. Oh no, yeah, sorry, I need to go further down. Oh yeah, wow, well spotted. Yeah. Good job, that was really well. I wrote it down at the time. That's so funny, man. That's great. Thanks for the help. Yeah, I would have forgotten. I've left King Sass just because he didn't start it. I know he played up to it, but in fairness, Jake Paul was like calling him out. Now maybe it's all true. I'm sorry if it is. And I don't know what I would do if I saw someone in a chat. I guess I would be like, hey, what the hell, man? You know, so I do get it. So I don't want to be too harsh on them. But ultimately, it's like, yeah, it's not really a conversation for this place. If he found your channel, he can like do something with it if he wants. Or follow you or something. But yeah, I don't really blame King because he didn't start it at least. And to be fair, if someone was saying that to me, I would probably have fun with him and just joke and pretend I did it too. But I don't know, maybe he did do it. That's why it's quite funny. Yeah, I mean, sometimes, well, sometimes awesome things can also be used just to keep your factory going. Like, later on in the game, you'll get things that might, it might have a byproduct. Let's say you make refineries doing oil. Or fuel or something, right? Fuel would be the classic one. Early on. So you pop in crude oil, and you get out fuel. But this also, you also get polymer resin. It has to go somewhere. Now you could use it in other things if you're good enough. Or you could just send it into an awesome sink. And that way the thing keeps running. Otherwise this will get full if it doesn't go anywhere. You just send it into a container, eventually get full. If you're not always making it into something else, you know, it's just going to cause you problems. Ultimately it'd be great if you just didn't send anything into awesome sinks and you used everything you make perfectly. But that's a little bit unrealistic. Orage Flob. Thanks for becoming a member. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Lub. I love the name. With the 2 B's, there's something just aesthetically pleasing about it. Alright. 4 more of these, and then we need another 8. So I need 16 more? Then we're done. But these are temporary. It's like, why am I building these now? No reason really. I just want to make everything run and see if everything works. I'm sure it does, but... Well, I'm not super sure it does, but for the most part, it will work. That's a guarantee. But I'd like it just to be constantly running and taking in the right amount of ore and everything and just be able to know that. So it's like almost like a testing thing. But the factory is not designed. This factory is not designed to have awesome sinks taking copper ingots in. Like, you know, it's just in the meantime. These ingots are destined for the aluminum factory, and we're gonna put them on a train. That's the whole plan. Although I've already burned 3 hours just building this, so maybe we won't even get to that today. I don't know. Or change the title of the stream after the fact or something. Already connected that across. Okay, cool. So they have power now. Good. These have power now, but their refineries aren't on. Same with these. Okay, cool. Almost ready. Just have to do this side, and then there's actually 4 hatches down there that need to come up as well. This much copper can be used for copper powder in the future. That was kind of part of the idea. It was like, oh, I remember hearing, I didn't know what it was, but I remember hearing like you need an insane amount of copper towards the end of the game. And I was like, oh, cool. I'll just use all the copper in grassy fields. And this will be enough to power every factory forever. And then I'll use anything, you know, left over to do the copper powder or whatever. Been following your Let's Play 1.0. It's great. I got Satisfactory back in 2020, but took a long break. Thanks. No worries. Thanks for the nice comment. So I remember, down the floor below, these get made into copper sheets. The ones that come up here, I don't know if they ever need to... Yeah, we might just have to leave them be backed up. That's okay. Although, there's one here that never gets done into anything, so bring that up further. Just bring it up through the floor. Shame that the belts are a bit bugged at the moment. What else? The Caterium ones need their overflow. Although I think all Caterium has been dedicated into things, I think. It's more about like overflowing the machine. Oh yeah. Yes, they have. So it's more about overflowing these things if they got backed up, I guess, if you wanted everything to run all the time. Which I think I might do. Just a couple more awesome things here, just for the fun of it. There is so much though. Yeah, I'll leave it. I'll leave it. It's fine. We'll just try to run the copper at least. Okay, so let's just go down and do that, because otherwise it's just a big side mission all the time. Alright. I'm going to power on each of these blocks. Then I can actually look at my power and tell you what we have, because I can't remember. So I expect the Caterium ones to get backed up, because we're not handling everything just at the moment. But the copper should flow for the most part. Maybe the ones on the very end that are doing sheets might get backed up. The other ones should run into awesome sinks. Alright, this is where we do it. How much was going into that? 1462.5. Yeah. That makes sense. So that's why that wasn't going anywhere. Alright, that makes sense. Okay, so the water I think is... Well, let's just flick all the switches. So now we want to do... So the lock is on for C, D, and A, B, J, and K. So we just need the water on for everything now, basically. Get the water going first. And by the looks of things, it is... Oh no, that's X, Y, and Z. Sorry, here it is. CD is on. AB is on. JK is on. That water should be flowing, so let's go down and just check the water. Just have a look at it, and then we'll come back up and release the belts. You ever think of making a belt load balancer blueprint? I'm thinking of making one myself. Kibitz is a fan of load balancers. It depends. Do you mean what kind of load balancing? You know? I don't really like load balancing just because it takes up so much space. I've got no problem with attempting to do it though. It's like, oh, I could make like a giant thing that takes up a huge amount of space, but it's like, oh yeah, it has 8 outputs and all the outputs are the same. It's like, great. But I just don't feel like I really need that. Like in the latest aluminum plant, you know, I've got something like... how many smelters was it per line? I believe it was 18 smelters. It's like, am I going to make a balancer for 18 things? It just seems like a lot. Lift clipping straight through the floor, you're a madman. I know, right? I think you're a little behind, Drew. Or maybe... I could be wrong, but it seems like you are. So the water, let's check. It'll be all the copper water. I see all the water down here. In fact, I could even just photo mode it and just check them from a distance. We could flush the... I'd like to flush the fluid buffers, actually. I think they're just backed up. Presumably because they've already been run before. Yeah, I'll just flush the buffers. Just to... Oh, you're okay. Don't need to do that for you. And you're all running, are you? Why aren't you? Normally I don't do that. I normally just disconnect the line because this is a pain to click these. But okay. They're all running now. That's good. Double check on those ones. Yellow lights at the end, of course. Probably won't make a difference now anyway, but I'll just delete that. Okay. Alright, next row. They're green, so that's good. Don't have to worry about that. I'll just empty this if it is full. They're offline. Alright. So that one, and that one. That'll be it then. So these three are obviously off. On-off settings are not copy and pasted. Are they not? Let's test it out. Oh, they must not be, because I actually did just copy and paste all these machines anyway, right? So that must be true. So that's off. Let's just test it, right? So this one's on. Copy. Paste. Yeah, you're right. Didn't change. I was behind. Yeah, that's okay. Copper water. Nom, nom, nom. Well, now when you build one machine, I wonder if this works, actually. Is any of these off? That's off. If I pop that there, now it copies the color, it copies the clock speed. Will it copy the fact that it was turned off? No. So it copies everything else. Yeah, so I guess that's just independent of being copied. Alright, good. So the water is definitely able to be all fully online now. And by the looks of things, power has reached all of them, so that's good. Get rid of this. That. While I'm here, my inventory is just out there, so I'm just gonna get it. Oh, yeah, there it is. All right. Copper not on the bottom left belt. Oh, that might just because we're not sending it that way. That could be why. Yeah, okay. Alright, upstairs we go. Flick all these switches. Everything should run. In theory. I'll leave that. We only have to go up one floor. So the water should easily be filling all those things. So it's the belt locks now. So we release the locks by turning them off. We're letting full copper roll through. Then we activate all of the blocks. Oh, you know what? These weren't active, so they weren't actually receiving water. They have to be on and the water has to be on, but it's okay. By the time the ore makes it all the way around there, they'll get their water. Alrighty. Anything I've forgotten? These never did anything. The locks are off, the water's on. Cool. There we go, we've got ore on almost all the belts. We've got an issue on this one, so let's go downstairs and see what's up with that. Is there ore coming in on the other side for that one? Yes, but there's something wrong. Okay. You're not hooked up correctly or something? Or are you still on? No, it says no power. Maybe just the thing wasn't right. Overflow out the center. So what's your deal? Yeah, definitely right. Okay. Just be that thing getting in the way sometimes of laying out the belts. There we go. I should solve it. It's okay if they stop, like, that's fine. Just as long as there's no gaps, they're not running short. Cool. All right. Wouldn't a load balancer be good on the train station outputs? For my alumina factory? For my alumina factory, well, they're load balance receiving. So I don't need to load balance on the out because I know that all the outputs should be the same. However, the 3 stations are different than each other, so it's like, yeah, you could make a case that there could have been load balancing there. I don't know how I would do that, though. Yeah, I don't know how I could do that. Because they're all at very weird, specific numbers. It's like, how do I get... I mean, I guess you can ultimately get any number, really. But it's like... see, one of the problems actually was that all of them were pumping out 780 per minute. Obviously, they're not all receiving that. But when the train arrives and has a bulk load of stuff, they're all trying to do 780 per minute onto the same belt. But it would be good if I could cut that down so that they could only put out, like, whatever they were receiving, you know? That would be actually pretty good. The easiest way if you just had a belt limiter of some kind. But it's like, okay, I need to get, like... I think one of the outputs is 195. So it's like, okay, how do I get 195 across this whole thing? Starting from a place of 780, you know? It's like, you could do it, but it'd be a lot. Yeah, but you're right though. That would be nice. The yellow light. That's back now. Why were ye yeller? These should eventually drain faster than they can put out onto the line. $47.5. And we've got a 780 belt at the front, so these definitely should never be full. But yeah, by that logic, these shouldn't be either, I think. Can't remember which ones are tied to what. I think this group is tied to, yeah, one line here and one line there for this line and this line. I think that makes sense. Then I think it's the group down there, which are this line and this line. So this group seeing a gap there means that it's happening from these machines. So these should not have any yellows. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, none of them are getting backed up, so that's good. This one is totally rammed, so you would expect some yellows on this line because it couldn't get out fast enough. So that, yeah, that works too. Okay, as long as I understand my own factory, it is okay. It's draining. It'll drain. It'll take a while, but it'll drain. And we expect gaps until they all get completely rolling. So why do we have yellows here? So that should be that bottom left belt there. Did you just not have enough ore yet? Yeah. There you go. There's some more. No, we're just waiting for the manifold to take its run, because that does take a while. Because we're not load balancing, so you just have to wait for it all to get down there. They should all have their water and be good, I hope. Let's check the ones on the end. Yep. Sweet. That's basically it. Getting them all to run. It'll just take a while for the manifold to affect, but as far as I can tell, we haven't missed any, like, none of the lights are red at least. There's some yellow lights, but until I leave it for a little while, it'll be hard to know. We do expect these to, every glass case to be, like, completely, not rammed. They should be at 487.5. So, what is that out of 780? So 62% of the belt should be full. It's such a shame it's not just like 480, because then it would just be like a perfect 480 belt. But it's slightly over, that's why they needed Mark 5s. You're full as well. I'd just drill down and see what's going on exactly with that then. You're full. You're just not connected in then, I guess. Seems like it's just a random error on that one. These are. Those kinds of issues are going to be real fun to find. How many refineries in total do you have for this factory? I'm not entirely sure. So I can work it out. 14 blocks times 26 per block. There's 364 copper refineries. Then there's Caterium, and then there's copper sheets. So there's a couple extras. So the Caterium ones are 11. 66? 66 Caterium. So that's 430, and then whatever the copper sheets. This factory makes copper and Caterium. And therefore, like, quick wire, cable, AI limiters, and copper sheets. These are the copper sheet ones. So this is actually one of those instances where I did run out of space, so I did overclock 2 machines. It's pretty rare, but that did happen here. So how many of these are there? There are per line 13 as well. So the same length as the other groups, but less overall. So that's 39. The 469 refineries is what this place has currently. Anyway, so there we go. We upgraded our copper belts. It'll take a long time for us to know if it's all running correctly. Because, yeah, everything gets delivered by truck, so it's like, okay, if the trucks end up running short, then we know, like, we need more copper ore. But at least we could just easily add it. Oh, you can't focus on stuff that's far away. There we go. They're a little wobbly, but, you know, they're getting the job done. The trucks are great. No problems. Let's get the hell out of here. Well, actually, let's go up to the manufacturing floor. This one, I think. So this place could have more of its machines activated if we really wanted to, because now we are supplying all the raw material. But I don't think I haven't upgraded all their belts, but I've got no problem just turning it on. We can handle the power now. Why not? I think it's a pretty bad design trying to have numbers on the sides of machines that you could basically never see. And they all have their little clock speeds on them, but the clock speeds are all the same anyway, so it's a bit redundant. So I could try to look at the diagram for how much this is producing, because we're building a train station in here. And ideally it's going to be a train station that can handle a huge volume of stuff. So it's got to be big. We need train stations for copper, for quick wire, for all sorts of different things. They all running? No. Alright. There's no video for this. This is an old factory that I did in a video a long time ago. I just never finished it. It was running, it's just not running at full capacity. Made something for the kids for missed a little bit, but don't forget the lifts at the aluminum factory. The lifts at the aluminum factory. What's wrong with the lifts at the aluminum factory? Because I definitely have forgotten. Ah, out of the stations. Yeah. Got it. Yeah, I'm about to head over there now, actually. I was actually going to do a poll, will the factory be running? But now I know it won't be, because I forgot about those lifts. Yeah. I mean, it might be a little bit, but yeah, mostly it won't be up to 100% until we fix that. So these will kind of periodically turn on and off until I make all of these have Mark V belts as well. It's just good to see the max power consumption that this place will take. They're all online? Yeah, so those are cable machines. These are wire machines. These are AI limiters. Those are quick wire. That's what this place does. And then there's obviously just huge amounts of copper ingots that aren't used anywhere yet. And temporarily, we've stuck in a bunch of these little things, the awesome sinks just down below. And they're keeping the place running while they sink all the ingots and we get up to full speed. So that's it. Until we, it's going to take a lot of extra effort in the logistics rooms to clean up this place, remove these things, and build in the train stations. But that's where we're at now. We should have stuff rolling into everything. But yeah, let's go back to the aluminum then. So the train station for the aluminum factory is the first one we can build. And then it'll probably be next week, but then we'll do the train station here. This will be a huge one. And then we'll connect them. Because it does seem like this took 3 hours, so it's about 2.5 hours longer than I thought it would take. Oh. Yeah, I just wonder about this. I don't quite remember it. So these are doing copper. They all are going down, by the way. They're doing copper ingots that are heading over to that factory. I wonder, when I built that, did I need 487.5 on each one of these? Because that could be the case. It'd be nice to get that running properly. Oh my. I need to get rid of that fence. I was going to try and just leap straight over to that. Right. So the copper ingots are there, and the steel is here, so they roll out this way. 1, 2, 3, 4 lines. They're going into each group. They're going between 3 floors. Okay. Each floor is clocked to 100%, but the ones on the end. They're not all running though, so they're obviously short. Right, so the last one is clocked down. Last 2, apparently. Why would I do that? Okay, fair enough. So they need 5 ingots, and the others need what? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 15. So 160 ingots. 160 times 3. They need exactly 480. Well, we should be able to get 480 coming out here now. In theory. Once if I followed these back, just briefly, I'd like to know. They should be able to run at 100% now. They, in fact, more than that, because they should be doing 487.5, but they only need 480. So a Mark IV belt can just stay as it is. You don't have to do anything. But in theory, they would overflow. Like a little bit would overflow somewhere else. So 7.5 times 4. Whatever that is. You ever turn on those generators? I did, yeah. I did at the beginning of the stream. I did at the end of the last one, then I accidentally left 2 off, and then I fixed those this morning. Right, so let me just go back upstairs super quick. If we go into the power control room, that'll tell me which block is the block responsible for the ingots that go over that way. And then I'll just quickly check if they're running, and if they aren't, see why. Why aren't you running? Just need more ore. I wonder, are we running low? I hope not. Or if it's just a manifold thing. It could be the case we need more trucks. They never did increase them, so... Block H and I, go to the motor factory. Got it. H and I. Oh yeah, you're missing miner thing. Oh yeah. Gotta check that. That's a really interesting thing. If that is... That'd be kind of great if it's true, because we do seem to be running low on boxite. But I thought it was because of how the trains are dividing it. H-I-J-K. So this is H, I think? I can't quite remember anymore. Yeah, H and I. They're just low on ore. Okay. So H and I are received from the same belt line, and this is the one here. Doesn't look quite full to me. Something's up with it. There might be a 4 on it somewhere. Supposed to be a 5. That could be it. They should be all running 780 per minute. In fact, this is a good spot when they are running to check if there's gaps. Oh yeah. There's gaps there too. All right, let's trace it. So trace this bottom line until there's no gaps. It's quite hard to see, actually, really. Ooh, maybe it's the lift coming out of the thing itself, the truck stations. Fill gaps. Dude. Here we go. These 5s? These are 5s. Yeah, I just didn't do 5s on the other side. Still got a gap though, so let's check. These are 5s, 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 5s. You got gaps. Problem. least for that one. Oh, maybe not. There's another Mark IV there. Damn. Okay, looking better. Bitch. 5-5, damn. It didn't look like that one had a gap downstairs. This one here, right? Well, there it is right there. It's right in front of me. Just didn't do this one, did I not? Okay. Apparently. Let me just test something. If I grab black and I just go... That's a Mark IV. Oh yeah, this issue's down here. Okay, let's just clean up all these. Make sure they're good. I'll tell you what I can do really quickly is just paint them by filtering that type of belt. And any that don't get painted, I know that they're not right. Okay, so that line is totally good. So that's not good. That's not good. Why not use throughput monitors? They're super buggy. When belts are stop-starting, they don't read correct. So, it's not... I feel like they suck. I hate saying that because I don't mean to be like negative, but they do kind of suck. This is I just need to see which belts are not at 5 anyway. I can easily tell when there's gaps on them that they're not at 780. Alright, well we found the culprits, so let's fix them. Okay, I think that's it. They should be okay. Like I said, nothing is super dependent on this running perfectly at the moment, so it's not a big deal. We'll just leave it now for a bit, and we'll then come back and see any other issues that might be going on. But that was a good one to find, because it's like, okay, motors could be doing better. Or, I mean, the motor factory is dependent on getting more ingots. And that was a clear reason why they weren't getting what they needed. Now, I expect these belts to stop. They won't always run at 780. A little until we like sort out where things go in the future. But it's a good indication of the ones that are going into awesome sinks. They really should just flow. It's glitchy. So yeah, it's nice seeing them free moving like that. It's pretty good. The ones on top, it's expected that the ones on top won't, because they're supposed to be Mark IV belts. That's actually interesting. That's a 5. They're supposed to be Mark IV, and they are going into copper sheets. And the copper sheets doesn't have anywhere to go. So they do get backed up. That's okay. But the bottom ones I think I've given. I think anyway, I've given them all awesome sinks. So really they should just keep going. So it's a bit strange seeing it like pause even a little bit. Because it's like, well, why? Why? But man, you could be in here forever just troubleshooting. So we'll leave it. I want to get back to building the train. We'll go up to the aluminum factory. I'm going to solve some of those other issues, and I'll resume reading the chat properly, because now I don't have to focus on this place as much for a while. If 1.2 comes, do you think of any new ore machines or maps? I think 1.2 will come alongside the first DLC, and it won't be for a while. Quite a long time, I'd imagine. I could imagine it being like end of year. Try to time it with the Steam Winter Sale. First DLC for the game. I don't think there'll be a new map, but maybe. But probably not. If there was a new map, it would be really small, and so I don't think they'll do that in that time. But it would be cool. It'd be nice if they just extended this world's map. But I think for a DLC, they need to do something for players who've already beaten the game, like some other form of progression beyond the space elevator. So my whole thing's always been like fix-it contracts of some sort, figure out like how to make deliveries, and you unlock some of the cosmetics that come with the DLC or something like that. I don't know. Something like that. It's like what I mentioned yesterday. I was like, oh, you introduce a different type of ticket to the Awesome Shop, like a blue ticket. Oh, now you need your blue ticket. And you can only get blue tickets by completing these contracts. The contracts have like quite high targets or something. Or not quite high, but different targets than your space elevator. They go into something else, some different machine. But I don't know, it's just spitballing. I have no idea. I mean, I'd love it if they did a water-based kind of DLC and expanded the map that way. So that way, places on the map that you don't normally go, like deep water, are accessible, and everything else in your world is untouched by it. And maybe you had an amphibious vehicle, so a land and sea vehicle, so if you have the DLC, you have that. If you don't, you're not really missing out, right? So that kind of thing just seems kind of perfect for me. To me. 341 currently watching. I've actually, for the first time, gotten a thing that will show me. Though it's not working, apparently. Oh no, it is working now. I had it disabled, but yeah, now I can see that. Machines are replacing your role, Tim. But it's accurate. It says 341 viewers, chat rate 2. I don't know what that means. 2 per minute. That might be accurate. And then it says views 2,660 total. Wow. To lo-fi music. If the Attack on Titan lo-fi music starts off with that. Cat be dead? Yeah, in fairness, I haven't been reading it very well when I was in that factory, so it's all good though. People, you know, I know what this is. How do you keep sane in such huge builds? I see the reason being you messaged that ages ago and I didn't even see it. Do things bit by bit, just small little bits. I mean, to be fair, that factory ran when it was just Mark III belts, and it was just built bigger so that when I do get bigger belts, I'll turn on the other stuff. So I never really had to think of it until just recently, now that we actually have to turn that on. So, I may have forgotten to upgrade some of these. Possibly, but possibly not. If I didn't, that's great news. So there's a coal. We don't have to worry about the coal ones. It's just the bauxite. Seeing Mark Vs across the board. Might be good, but it was worth mentioning it because I did forget. It looks like someone else took care of it for me in a past life. We're good, we're good. If that's the case, then bauxite should be high enough that this has never run out, and these are all working totally fine. No yellow lights, I'm sure, right? We've got yellers, yellow lights, and a lot of them. Too much solution, because too much water, right? Yep. Well, let's see, did any group survive? This is somehow running. Too much water in that one. So the recycling has failed on that one. Recycling, I assume, has failed on this one. They're not getting enough solution. I think it's a bauxite thing, not a water thing. Still seems like bauxite's low. I don't know why. CM won the lottery. Here, have the whole stack. Man. Thank you. I appreciate it though, thank you. That'd be awesome if someone won the lottery and was just like, here you go. 1,000 or something. I don't know. If I won the lottery, I'd just make a games company. Straight up. That's all I'd want to do. Well, I'd buy a house and then make a games company. So, why oh why oh why do we not have enough boxite? How could it ever run low? Don't know. If any one of these outputs is able to put out at 780, it should never run low. So how did that happen? So obviously they're fine now when I'm here. There'll be some reason that it happened. Unless my math is wrong on the amount of... Oh, the extractors. That person said that he thinks some of the extractors are not hooked up. I can't remember the name again. I apologize. But if you remember, which ones did you think it was? But it's okay. I'll just go to each one anyway. But yeah, so they said 2 boxite miners are not connected. So we'll just have to go to each one. Alright, so that's obviously fine. Pull the save into the calculator, should be able to see what's connected. I'll just go to each one, that's okay. This save is so massive that the site actually loads really slow. Almost probably the same amount of time. So here's the other one, so that's obviously connected. That's fine. So these two are good. This train station only has 2 miners connected to it, so that's one done. We'll just check the other 2. And I said, like, this just seems so hard to believe, because how would I have left it disconnected? I just don't understand. Let's see. The next station's over here, and it has 3 connections. Or should do. I got engaged this April. But I really can't... Sorry, I can't really share her. Hang on, why did you mention that? I mean, it's really... Congrats, by the way. I won the lottery of life. I'm reading backwards. Got it. Nice. Right, so... This line is obviously hooked up, so that extractor over there. Oh. So that one's obviously working, so no problem there. This one... That's working, no problem there. So 2 for 2. Got one more outpost to check. That's 5 nodes total. How many did I write down in the document? Four, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, okay. So I do plan to just have 8. Are you gonna do cosmetics for your limit? I'd like to, yeah. I was thinking I was gonna do it today, but I guess not. We could do a little bit though, maybe at the end of the stream. Try to do a bit every stream. Hey, thanks very much for that. Shout out to you and your missus, as they say in Ireland. Speaking of Ireland, Owen Martin got gifted a membership there. 20 gifted memberships from Raphael Denise. What a cool name. Are you gonna do... Oh, sorry, I read that already. What is the last power source in the game, and is it worth it to use? The last one you probably unlock... What has happened here? The station is broken down. I could be wrong, but is it ionized fuel would be the last one, really? Because nuclear power is... Yeah, nuclear power and then getting plutonium out of it as a byproduct and then using that as power is probably the very last thing you... Like, at the end of all chains. But people would argue, like, rocket fuel is the, quote, best. Like, you'll get the highest yield. Oh, Fixonium is actually a fuel type, is it? I didn't even know that. Then it's definitely Fixonium. Yeah, so when you throw in... So with nuclear power, you throw in uranium power cells, and then as a byproduct, you can make plutonium fuel cells. And then as a byproduct of that, you can make Fixonium. I didn't even know that was a fuel type. But yeah, Fixonium fuel rods. So that'd be the end. Next station is down there. Check that one. Didn't mean to jump down here. How many hours are in this world? I'm not sure. 350 or something like that, probably. 427. This world was started when Update 8 released. So it was a long time ago. And it was used for making videos in giant factories, so it does have a lot of hours in it. What I've seen, it's not worth it. So much power needed to make plutonium and then Fixonium. It's best to do uranium and sink the plutonium rods. Yeah, that's ultimately what I did. I actually used the plutonium rods in drones, and then anything left, like used an overflow sink to just send the rest into, yeah, an awesome sink. I didn't need the power either, so that was fine. Right, so there is a floor hole here with nothing coming out of it. So this person might be onto something. God damn. Been running low on boxite. Now we know why. I'm so sorry. Oh, I never really doubt. Oh, I did doubt you. I was like, how could that be? How could it be? Shout out to, I think it was Bill. Sorry if it wasn't, because Bill was mentioning other things as well. But we upgraded these to Mark III, and I just never connected them. Validation is yours. So many hours of troubleshooting? Yeah, it's just like, oh, I assumed it was the water not going around, but really, we just weren't providing all the bauxite. Because I'm a dumbass. I just made a mistake. Right, so let's connect it. I assume these have been clocked correctly. I feel like I shouldn't assume anything. At least it's the one closest to the factory, so I'll... Nothing wrong with it, I can run over here and quickly clock them again. So, we need to load balance these. Yeah, I mean, I need to see what each one's doing, so bear with me. I'll run down to them. No overclocking needed. Was it not overclocked? Let me just check these, because yeah, I need to check them. 750. I just don't remember why it's at that. Why is it at 750? I don't remember. Let me check the other ones. Oh, because it needs... Oh, no, that's not right. I was going to say it needs 1200 per minute, but that's not true. So in this I wrote... Many times I've now written it down on a piece of paper and not put it into this thing, and I keep forgetting what each group does. There's 3 stations. They take in different amounts. I feel like it doesn't fully matter. Ultimately, they'll all run at their max eventually, but right now I can't run them at the max, right? Because we don't have the max belt speed. That was a pure node, right? It's definitely a pure one over there. Pure, normal, and impure. Okay. So pure is 1200. Well, I don't need math to do it. So it's 1200 plus 300 plus 600. And then we need to divide that by 6. Every belt can have 350 going in. Or every carriage, rather. Okay, so What we have now, though, for our best belt speed is actually 780 plus 300 plus 600. So it's 280 per group. That's fine. I don't know why I've clocked one low. I just don't know. I don't know. So I'm just gonna clock it back. If it's too much, that's better than being too little, right? So let's just clock it back. I'll check. Have we done the... It is a Mark 5 belt. There must have been some reason I said 750. Just don't remember why. But I had also cut off the other two belts, so I must have been doing something. Something with that. Oh, after the... Oh, yeah. So after I got Mark 5 belts... That's so weird. Oh, I guess because I was thinking... Yeah, okay, that's fine then. That's okay. They'll all run totally fine. We'll just run them all. Because eventually when they're upgraded, they'll be running. It is true that on the output now, across 3 stations, we can't get more than 780. So these don't all need to run at 100%. So that's probably what I was trying to subdivide across them. I've kind of abandoned that concept now, so we don't need to do that. But I do need to load balance between these. So let's just have a look again. Oh, and that's why I did that. So, because load balancing this is awkward. Yeah. So the normal node, I assume, is this one. We need 280, basically. Well, really, I should just build it so that's ready for this. So we need 350 on each line. That's what we're load balancing for, if we can. So, we have a 600 coming over this way that we need to get to 350. So, 2 300s, I guess, right? And then we need to add 50s on. Okay, let me just get pen and paper for that. It'll be a bit easier just to draw it out. So, if we say the 600s divided into 2 300s, that's simple enough. Then we get the 300s. Divide that into 150 and 150. And then the 1200 600, 600. And that becomes... I'm so bad at math. Really shouldn't be doing this. Am I right? Definitely with 6, 300, and 1200. Yep. 1200, and there's 6 carriages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Well, we've done this in other places. I'm sure we can do it. All right, so... I guess I'll just do it here. So, we have a 600, 1200, and a 300 in the middle, I think. Double check that that's the layout. So that's definitely 600 because that's the normal. The impure, I think, is down here. And that was the pure. So impure is in the middle. Okay. Yeah, it is like that. So 600, 300, 1200. Going that way. So we need to break them into 6 components that are all even. We won't have the 600 right away, so or the 1200 because obviously we're limited, but in future we will. So we could say that that becomes a 600 and that becomes a 600. Right, so now we've got 6, 6, 3, and 6. Yes, we just continued straight over like that. Could make them all 300. The impure wasn't overclocked. I'll go back and do that then. Phase is 300s. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is that. So this one needs to be split between all of these. And that works. I'll just do that. So I split this 6 ways. And then the 50 gets added onto each. Okay, cool. Got it. Let's overclock just to make sure that's good. Your viewer's goated for noticing it? Yeah, totally. Totally. I don't think he's here at the moment. He was earlier. If you're watching this, thank you. I mean, you saved so much. I don't think I ever would have thought to check that. For a long time, anyway. Yeah, that would have been one of the very last things you try to check. Like, have I somehow cut off one of the miners? But I did upgrade them? It's like, that's weird. I upgraded them to Mark III. I must have done that yesterday. And just didn't connect it. That might be why they remembered. Obviously doesn't need a Mark V belt, but that's fine. Okay, so... I might go out this way, maybe, because we're a bit close here. The one that's hardest to break up is the one that has to divide 6 ways. Just do that one. Oh yeah, there's 2 inputs though, that's great. I don't know where I've got all this biofuel from. It just keeps staying in my inventory. It's taking me so long to burn through it. Anyways, right, so this is the one that has to divide 6 ways. So I'll take it out this way. 1, 2. Just 1 second, my parents messaged me. They don't normally do that, so just want to check it and check everything's alright. Did you see the Star Rupture trailer? I think I might watch it now on stream. I think I watched it before and I wasn't that impressed, but people keep asking about it, so maybe I should check it again. Oh yeah. They haven't been home since before Mother's Day, so she just got her Mother's Day gift. Actually, she just arrived home from somewhere. That's at least good news. Alright, so. We split once into 2 groups, and then we just split evenly all of those. Yeah, I went up too high with that, sorry, my bad. There. Alright, Mark V this time as well. I mean, technically a Mark I would be fine, right? 50 per minute each. Theory. Is my son... What's going on with this? How did I do that twice? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, weird. Did I just keep deleting the wrong one, or was it just a meter off the whole time? Alright, better. Alright, that's totally fine. So then we just get this one and we do 300, 300 in there. So that's a super easy split. 600. That's done. And then this one is just between 4. So it's quite easy too. feel like some of this was actually probably set up for this, thinking about it, but oh well. Okay, even Stevens. Game's doing funny business. I think it was probably me. I just don't know how I just probably fat fingered it and accidentally raised it too high. Why don't you use hypertubes? I just don't really like them. No worries, AI simulator games. Thank you again, Raphael. Really do appreciate it. Sonic from above says, I should really just at least try to hit the channel members chat. From what I've seen, it's not worth it. So much power needed to make plutonium. And oh yeah, I read that already, actually. At least I did get it. Alright, good. Hopefully all good with those. So we need to do another reset of this place just one more time. But they should have enough boxite now to run. So at least we found the problem. Seems to have just been running a little empty. So the problem doesn't seem to be in the water recycling. So it's good that we can just flush it and let it ramp up again. It'd be cool to build like this as a little room where you actually go in and do this if you had to when you're restarting it in case there's a problem. Obviously the ideal is that you'd never have to do it, but it's kind of cool having it. Alright, there we go. It'll take a little while again, but we should see these get back up to 100%. Just hoping that no boxite runs out, and then these should all get back up to 100%. So these are all making the aluminum ingots. Did we run out of copper here? No, actually. Nice. This is Alclad. We've got Alclad for days. So we have to decide where the train station is going to go for receiving copper ingots. The copper ingots will mix with the aluminum ingots, and then they'll make probably in these rows, in the gaps of these rows, they'll be used to make casing and Alclad. So I have no idea how much copper we plan on bringing in here, but we have pretty much as much as we ever need. It just depends how much do we want to bring in and how we're going to do the train station layout then. If I do this every day, you'll be able to get an editor. Oh yeah, totally. Easy. Everyone should just give 20 subs a day, or memberships. I think you can do heat sinks too. Yeah, there's lots of different things you can do with aluminum. So it's all dependent what we want to do. And copper, sorry, yeah. So let's open up the wiki. I'll tell you what, let me watch that trailer that people keep asking about. Let me watch this first, actually. We'll do a little React content, just for a minute. Take a break. Major content update for Frostpunk 2. Just came out today, I think. Turn it up a bit.
Stuart, do something. We need shelter.
What's wrong with you? What about us? We're freezing over here.
Stuart!
What is this? I don't know anything I'm seeing. I'm just seeing event messages and dense housing district. So a revamped system for heating, is it? I've never seen that before, where it says like they're warm. People dwelling in unlivable conditions. 5,861. Oh, as it bleeds into the other districts. I see. God, I love the look of the game. It's so good. What is that? Alright, let me go back. You can select where you build your districts get built. That's kind of cool. So new events that happen in Utopia, a different heat management system, a new map, revamped building visuals, and a Serenity mode. I wonder what that is. Yeah, cool. Love the music. So the other one, what was it called? Star Rupture. Have the official trailer. I don't like watching IGN stuff. Three months ago? This be it? This one maybe? Creepy Jar, is that the name of the company? It seems like it. Yes. Alright, let's watch a couple of these. So the reveal trailer a year ago, and then we'll watch the whatever the most recent thing is. On Steam. Saw another Factory game recently. Can't remember the name, but it looked really good. A bit more of a cartoony aesthetic, a little bit, but it looked quite good. It was like Agri something. It was called Agrinamon or something.
Warning. Warning. Extreme temperature.
I mean, if the game looked like that, it'd be awesome. I'd be all over it. Maybe it does. Oh god, excuse me. I think I did see this revealed at like Summer Games Fest or something. Okay, so that's the first one. What next? Oh, they make Green Hell. Interesting. Gameplay trailer 3 months ago, and then we'll watch whatever that is, just briefly. It's like what? Here's what Satisfactory wouldn't give you. Okay, the year is 2201. Even petty criminals are sent to distant planets to gather resources for global corporations. Casualties caused by lethal conditions are ignored. Right? Oh, copy the build gun much, but cool. Yeah, this is the trailer I saw. Okay. Yeah, it looks good. That looks pretty sick. That's cool that you can re-green the world as well. Yeah, I knew it would be early access. You can just see it, but not there's anything wrong with that. Autumn 2025. I'm still like, I don't know, I'd need to see more personally. Like I need to see more, let's just say. But I'm interested. That's ambitious, I think. We can look at the gameplay deep dive. First person open world base building game with advanced combat and tons of exploration. Play alone or in a group. On the sublime and ever-changing planet. Fight off hordes of monsters. No recommended specs yet. Let's check out that other thing. World of Arcadia 7. That looks fun. It doesn't look very buildy besides foundations. Like more just pre-made factories versus individual assets. Satisfactory meets Starship Troopers. There's potential. So want to play it now. You ever reach out to publishers? Did they reach out to you? I get like, yeah, loads of emails every day about things. I might have one about them. Let me see. See if I've gotten an email about this game. What's it called? Star Rupture. But you can reach out to people too. I think it's if you're a content creator, you probably should. I don't really do it. I say I don't really. I never have. So I don't. No, I don't have anything about this game. But I get stuff all the time for such random things. Like, oh, just got something actually kind of interesting there. But yesterday, I got offered a sponsorship for some like FPS game, and it's like, I don't know, man. I just replied. I was like, audiences. I don't really have an audience for FPS games. As much as I appreciate it, it's nice to be asked anything, but it's like they just spam people. Anyways, close my emails before I go further. In the background for a sec. Yeah, look, I'm a very cynical guy, and I know how games are made. So my guess is this would be super janky and low on content when it comes out, but I'm very cynical. World looks cool. Not sure really about the concept overall. And I agree, they didn't show much of the actual building. It's like, I like the idea of that world, just overall. Looks cool. I'm like, oh yeah, giant downed freighters. I'd love to explore them, see what's going on. I don't know if I want to do that in a factory building game, but open to it, I suppose. I like the thing that sold me the most is like you can regreen parts of the world and stuff. It's like, that's cool. And I guess these ruptures blow through and maybe desolate the place, and then you have to survive and then rebuild and regreen it and keep it going, I assume. So definitely potential would be a good word to say. I think, yeah, it's got potential. This to me looks like, oh, we've got this running in Unreal 5 and it looks really good, but maybe there might not be that much behind it. But I'm probably just being very cynical. Because it does look nice. Be cool if you could do a stream of it. Yeah, maybe. Like if it's, as we see more and it gets closer, it's like, yeah, I'll definitely like try it out. I do like the aesthetic of the buildings as well. That's quite nice. You don't have that satisfying thing from Satisfactory where all the stuff comes out of your gun and goes into it. It just kind of gets made. That's kind of what it's missing, I feel like. Because they don't have belts, they have rails, and little things run along the rails into the machines. Nice aesthetic. I don't know what the comment of that person really means though. It's giving you things that Satisfactory's not, other than like I guess combat. Well, yeah, I'm not sure what else it's giving you. Maybe more realism, sort of. Not really. Yeah, keep an eye on it though. Could be very good, and maybe it will be as it progresses through early access. You know, like Satisfactory didn't start off that great, in my opinion, anyway. Yeah, it's very sci-fi high tech. But it's like, I kind of wish, I don't know. I guess if you're going to be fighting aliens and stuff, they want to do interesting things. In some ways, like if I was trying to make a competitor to Satisfactory, and I would just try to make a realistic factory game. But maybe not really. And you could do it on a sci-fi world and stuff, but I would just focus on like, I don't know, the realism aspects of it. Like, oh, we need to create like a dome that needs energy so that we can breathe the air. We need to make the air from things. Maybe this has all that. That might be kind of cool. But I would do it using like real machines, and I would probably almost give it a lo-fi aesthetic, like 80s sci-fi or something. Like Arc Raiders, I guess, that game. That was like that aesthetic I love. Or hard sci-fi, I suppose. That looks cool, you know. Yeah, it could be very good. Just need to see it being played. I would imagine, again, this is just game developer Darren speaking, that they don't have any audio yet. You can't hear anything. There's no machines or sounds, really. So that might not be ready yet. Because the other trailer didn't really show, like... Or maybe they just chose not to show it. But, yeah, I wonder, like, how far along it is, you know? What do we know about this team? I guess would be my next question. They make Green Hell, I think. That game sold quite well. Yeah, it's made by Creeper Jar. Very positive. I mean, that's good, I guess. People play this still? The 2 Angry Gamers. Oh yeah, it is. And what did they like it?
Read all. Love that. Log bed, and you then you can select your so before it had them all listed, it was kind of annoying, but now you...
Re-update number 21. 2,000 people playing it, considering it's quite an old game. That's good. Alright. Okay, I have a bit more confidence now. That it's not like the first game from some unknown studio. It's like, oh no, they've done something and they've seen it through to good reviews. So that's good. That gives me much more confidence. Creepy Jar. Green Hell. And a DLC, and now they're doing, yeah, a little Satisfactory competitor. Awesome. Yeah, that's great. Good stuff. It will be compared to Satisfactory, yeah. Satisfactory with guns, people will call it. I have no doubt. And in many ways, I guess it is. It probably will be. Cool, yeah. Thanks for, I guess I didn't give it the full attention when I first looked at it. So, knowing it's from a studio that's already done something is a big boon in my opinion. And it says coming later this year, right? Fall 2025. Keep an eye on it. Yeah, Modulus looks dope. It had a demo and I never played it actually. I didn't know it had a demo. That was one that, again, I don't know if I got sent it or not. I tried to read my email, but I'm not very good with it. For the most part I am, but in the last few months, lots of stuff been stacking up and I'm like, I had Rosie go through them for a bit and then I'm back doing it myself now and I'm just like, no. Anyway, there's just things I've missed basically, but I am generally pretty good at like catching like whatever comes my way. Anyways, I don't know if I got an email for that, but I saw the trailer for it and I was like, oh, this looks really great. And then I noticed like, oh, it had a demo and I kind of missed it already. So I'd like to maybe as it gets closer to release play that. I think the aesthetic of that game looks great. Modulus. And like I said, maybe actually just while we were looking at these things, there was another game, Agrin something. That was like a factory game. And that looked good. It might be in my history. Let me just check. There's a billion songs in my history now because we just listen to music all the time. I agree. No, I can't find it. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Agree, something? Like, it was a trailer that just came out just recently, maybe in the last 2 weeks, I think. And it just got recommended to me on YouTube, and I was like, oh, I haven't seen this before. And people seem to think it looked quite good in the comments as well. If you ever build a game, make a VR one, please. No. Agamemnon? No, it's not Agamemnon. I got nothing against VR, but I don't want to make a VR game. I played VR, I thought it was pretty good. I quite liked it. But the ideas I have for games aren't conducive necessarily to VR. I know you can't see what I'm looking at. I'm just trying to think of the name of this. New factory game? Had like an orange aesthetic to it. There was like little robots that did things. Not unlike Surviving Mars, but a little different. Damn. Digimon. Agrimon. Agricultural Factory Builder. Rosie's a big fan of Digimon. Yeah, I guess I'll just have to give up. I don't know what it's called. Oh well. They were so close. Lost forever now. Factory game trailer, maybe? Round up by GTA, I guess. That's Modulus, by the way, if those haven't seen it. Oh, no, we found it. Agronom. Agronom. Found it. Oh my god. So again, it's like I said, a bit more of a cutesy aesthetic, but I still think it looks quite good. Or could be good, depending on what it does. Maybe. I'm starting to change my mind on it a little bit. But the first time I watched it, I was like, yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm not sure why they're like derpy where they make mistakes. Like he was dropping things earlier, so... Almost like a Surviving Mars type thing, I think. And I'm assuming, given the name, you're trying to terraform the world, which is why I think it could be kind of cool. Okay, maybe it would say on Steam. Farm, build, and automate with robots to create a Martian paradise. For Gramps Makar in Agronum. It's a maybe. Right. Modulus, this is the one. Isometric.
This is a factory and module.
Peaceful city builder.
Here, we're producing blue cores. Let's see how we got here. This facility was built out of these 3 modules, which were joined, stamped, and dyed with pigment.
Almost shape Z, I guess.
In our blue pigment refinery, which was constructed from these modules, made by combining these modules, cut from cubes, which were melted from polyrock, extracted here.
Looks kind of cool. It's almost more like, to me anyway, it reads like a puzzle game. Puzzle factory kind of game. Because you've got limited space. It reminds me of a game called Cliff Empire. I don't know if anyone's played that.
Greetings, fellow city builders. This
Sorry, Captain Obvious. I just want to see what the game looks like briefly. Yeah, this was a game where you're building on like these, I guess, mounds of rock or cliff or whatever. And then you have to connect them to each other. And you have very limited space like in how you build. It's actually really good. Seems like he's playing on like low settings or something. But anyway, graphically. But it just strikes me as something like that, where it's like you got these like little pockets of space. You have to really decide what goes where, and then like stabilize like population. Oh, he's playing creatively actually. But it was a cool game. It's a very small game. It'd be something I would recommend for like a Steam Deck maybe or something, you know. Anyways. These are all well and good. But yeah, this is always my thing. People often recommend different kind of city builders and stuff, and I'm like, I just like Anno, you know, and it's probably going to be the same with this, as people recommend other factory games. I'm like, yeah, but this one's just kind of better. So I'll just keep playing this and play mods for it and stuff, you know, because there'll always be loads to do. Still waiting on the boxite, are we? What's your problem? Oh, you got backed up. How'd that happen? I don't really know how that's happened. Could it be that Illumina Solution is the thing that backed up? Because I reset the water. We're looking pretty good. Most buildings are okay except these ones. So that group's fine. How did that happen? You're totally good. Did I not flush a line? That could be the case, because it is just the middle group, right, that are having the issue. Yeah. I don't know. I'll just flush that one, just to see if that changes anything. They're no different, I don't think, than any of the others. Everything else okay? Seems okay. How are we doing for boxite? Bit low. That group might have a belt problem because, oops, it seems lower than all the other ones. All the other ones have like hundreds. These have like 10s or 20s. Check that out. Where did you run out? Wrong train anyway, but it's this line, I think. So you're empty. You're not. You are. I don't know why that would be. I don't want to have to try and re-empty all of them again. Like, if that's full... All the stations are load balanced, so if any row runs out, they should all run out, really. I know things are uneven now, but it's like, seeing just one go is really odd. Reset this down. None of the others have that much. Strange. Anyway, have you tried the new Horizon mod for Anno 1800? No. I tried to. I played a couple hours, but I didn't get to the point where you actually unlock the mod stuff yet. How do the signals work for trains? Path the signal into a junction, block signal out of a junction. That's really all you need to know. Build a parallel track, so track like that and that. And then anytime you have a junction, let's say your junction is going across, right? Then what you want to do is you want to put your path signal, let's say if you're right-hand drive, let's say you're going forward on this one, right? You want to put your path signal here before it goes into the junction and your block signal here. And then the same the other way around, right? So you'd have a path signal here and a block signal here. Going this way, same thing. Path signal here, block signal here. And then this way as well, right? So path signal here, block signal there. And then your junction will just work. Generally, you want your signals to be the length of a train apart. So just lots of blocks everywhere, like block signals. Help create segments and give your tracks distance from your stations and factories, so nothing gets blocked up. Hopefully that helps. Right, anyways, so we need to decide. I've only got a little bit more time left, but we'll just quickly figure out what needs to be done for this train station. So I named this after trains. We didn't do any trains today, really. But we will tomorrow, or Wednesday. Wednesday and Thursday is all going to be a big train station again. So, and handling copper coming in here. So, we'll open up the document for this place. This is what it's doing. We'll do the underclocked version for now. 18 smelters, so they're clocked a little differently. Let's get the accurate number on those. Clocked to 65%, so that's 65%. Same as these refineries. Their output will be slightly less. But I guess actually we should work with the bigger number because we know that it'll be up to this eventually. So it'll eventually be 18 smelters at 95%. So there will be 517.5 aluminum ingots per minute per group. Per half group actually. So we have to double that number. So 517.5 times 2 times 6. That's how much we're going to be doing, right? So did I ever list that anywhere? I guess not. So 6210 is the total amount of aluminum ingots that we will get once we get Mark 6 belts. 6210. That's just, this stuff up here is temporary, kind of temporary, it's kind of separate. So that's how much ingots we get out after we smelt. Something is going weird in my keyboard. Right. $216 smelters, basically. That's how much we get out. So we need to now figure out how much of that we want to add copper into. The easiest thing probably, well actually yeah, so I guess that's where I got distracted. I said we go online and have a look at the wiki and I just start looking at trailers. Thank you. I thought I did. That must be doing something wrong, but thank you for explaining. That's my best understanding. Hopefully it is correct, but my trains run like that. Maybe as a smart splitter to some, if the first one is more. I thought about that. You could try to load bounce on the way out, right? Which is what that other person was mentioning a while ago. But if they're bounced on the way in, they should be bounced on the way out. Which is why it's tempting to reset it one last time. So delete them all. And then they are just like full again. At the, you know what I will do? Instead of going and deleting everything, I think what I could do just while we're planning this stuff out is just pause all the trains. So we let all the stations refill back up. Then we just run them again. And that way we guarantee like, it's like a fresh start basically. And they'll be burning through whatever bauxite they have while they can. So that should work. So I'm just going to pause these trains. Tell them just to wait here. So, turn off self-driving, cancel docking, whatever. Don't go anywhere. I'll have to wait for the other ones to come in, right? One's there, and the next one's there. So they'll be here in a minute. Right, so... aluminum ingots, everything it's used in. We obviously want Alclad to mix with the copper, and we want casing to mix with the copper. It's damn tempting to make steel out of aluminum, to be honest. 1-to-1. Just because we have so much, but maybe not. We'll need ingots for fused frames, maybe not directly. You could use the casing, which we determined... What did we determine yesterday? That this does use more aluminum than this. But this requires fuel and nitric acid. Tempted to try to do that though. Just to do something different. But and then we need some for fixite. You need quite a lot for fixite. Would it ever be worth it to add an extra train per station? Or would they just follow each other? I think they would just kind of follow each other. I don't think it would make much difference. Because the loop... I don't think it would make much difference either way. I don't think it would harm anything. But I don't think it would help anything. At the moment, I built the stations kind of weird, right? Where... This is our line. These are our stations. As the bauxite train runs up to station number 1, it actually waits behind it. It doesn't go around it. The coal will go around it. So the bauxite trains are like waiting on each other, which is fine. They're all set to the same time. But adding more trains just means that more weight behind themselves. So I just don't think it would really do anything. Yeah, and this should be generally fine because they basically, for all intents and purposes, they make the same. So they don't really wait behind each other. If you make them all leave at the same time, they actually just end up naturally staggering out one behind the other. So I've never seen them wait behind one another. But they probably would if I added more. Alright, they're all here now. So we'll just leave them off for a little while and then we'll turn them back on later. This is another reset, but it's a quicker reset than going into each one deleting bauxite. We'll just let it burn through whatever bauxite's here. And then the stations will all fill up, and then we'll run them again. So, anyways. Yeah. So, I want some for fluid tanks. How many fluid tanks per minute? I don't know. We did that in the rocket factory, so I can determine how much tanks I need, actually. Rocket fuel was done here. Did I not list the generators? I just know how much I make. 277 rocket fuel. Okay. So 277.77. Make 1,100 rocket fuel. And what does a generator take? Of course. So it's 4.1666 recurring. Then you overclock it. 4 per minute? It seems really high, isn't it? But I guess that's just what it is. Okay. Oh, right. No, yeah. The lower the number, the better. Okay, cool. So 4.1666 times 250 2.5. So that's our burn rate. 10.4166 recurring. Okay. That number. Then we take this number. We divide it by this number. And we can have. Really? 106 generators? Is that right? And they're all doing 650. Yeah, that is right, because we do make 70,000. Okay, yeah. 106 generators. So I could make it an even number. We say, let's do 100 generators, and the 6 would be 10. Yeah, so this times 6. 62 rocket fuel per minute. And then we just package that. So I'd only need, it's 1-to-1, right? So you'd only need like 60 tanks, aluminum tanks per minute. Something like that. So it's obviously a really low number. I guess I didn't have to go through all that. Yeah, so to make a fluid tank, it's just straight up 60, and then you get 60 out. So the way it's broken into groups, this build, I would maybe say, not that build, but the aluminum. Find anything? Yeah. Everything comes out of 517.5. So it'd be nice to just go like, we're just going to dedicate this group to doing this. But that'd be a lot of fluid tanks. What else do you need these for? Nitric acid. Packaged ionized fuel. I think it could be worth doing that then, because who knows? Maybe I'll need some of these in the future. So we can make exactly, out of one group, 517.5 tanks per minute. And then we'll have enough tanks forever, right? That should be definitely enough. It's a little much, but it allows me then to do like, oh, let's do ionized fuel. I don't know if I'd need to ever, but we could. And if I really need more aluminum, we could branch some of it off in the future. But I think I would just like to dedicate a whole block to just doing one thing. Don't have to worry about it. Yeah, I don't have to split belts to do anything crazy. So for the ease of building, that kind of makes sense to me. For the other groups, though, it's a bit more interesting. So let's just say create a logic map. Guess, yeah, I guess I could just... Thing is always annoying the way it doesn't let you just expand it. Copy this here for a sec. Get rid of this. Right, so. Actually, what would probably be better is just make a table, because they're all going to do the same thing. So, there's 6 groups. And each one has 2 things. So it's like A1 and then A2. They're all doing the same amount. B1, B2. B1, B2. B1, B2. F1, F2. So we have our 6 groups all doing... Getting 144 power from 600 crude oil, good. Sounds good to me. More than I get. Although I think it might be the best you can get if it's nitric. What is it called? Nitric rocket fuel or something? Can't remember the name of it, but yeah, something rocket fuel is the best oil to power ratio that you can get in the game. I think so. Be the one. 517.5. So this is just going to be copied the whole way down. Bit redundant, but it's just in case I do end up changing something for some reason. Just having it there is good. More than that, it's the amount they all do. And then we designate it. So A1, the group closest to the train stations, actually is in a more awkward position. So that's perfect to leave it on its own. So yeah, we'll say tanks. I'll just write fluid tank. Then we've got more ingots on their own. So what else could I do with ingots just on their own without having to combine them with copper? We could straight up make casing, or we could ship them somewhere if we wanted to send them out of the factory to go make something else. So I guess I'll just say for now, reserved. So we decide. then we've got B1 and B2. So maybe these could just be straight up like, let's just do a huge amount of casing. Like 2 groups dedicated to casing. Right, so we'll, but with copper. So pop that over here for a second. We'll say alu casing. Right, so copper, the copper cost of alu casing, 517.5. So the recipe requires 150 per minute aluminum ingot. So we've got 517.5 eventually, divided by 150. You can get 3.45 assemblers out of that. Wow, it's actually a really low amount when you think about it. That's fine. 3.45 times the 75 copper ingot that you need. We need 258.75 copper. 258.75 copper. That would be needed for both. And that would consume everything perfectly. Then we could say the amount out that we'll get out of this group for casing. 3.45 times 112.5. You get 388.125 casing out. So there you go. That's what you get out. Perfect, right? So that's one group designated. Sounding a bit muffled. I'm probably just mumbling myself. Is it okay? Are we clear if I enunciate clearly? I'm probably just getting a little tired. Goes on, you know, my voice gets a bit relaxed. Not that you're complaining about that, but that might be why. I can get a bit mumbly. Think about gas compression. It's not 1-to-1. With regards to the rocket fuel, what tool are you planning with? This is something called Milanote. It's not really a planner. I just use it as a mood board. It doesn't do anything for the game specifically. Is there a reason I use this? I use it because it's to me it's much more flexible to do like little layouts exactly how I lay things out. Like if I decide to lay out a factory, like I haven't used Satisfactory Modeler to be fair, but I'm not looking to calculate anything. That's not the complicated part. I like to lay out the logic. So maybe you can do that in the modeler. But let's say, for instance, this is the pink forest. This is laid out literally how the belts and the pipes are. That's how they look underneath, pretty much. So I really like that. Can you do that in the modeler? If you can, that'd be pretty cool. But I just also like how this looks. I just export these as PNGs and include them in videos and stuff. That's usually why I do it. Normally, I just write everything down on pen and paper. But when I'm streaming and using videos, I tend to use this to show people what I'm thinking. 2 Mark III in the pipe is just 1 tank. I'm not sure what you mean. If you wanted package, rocket fuel. Oh yeah, it's 2-to-1 for the tank. Okay, you're right. So it's even less than that. Yeah, it's half of the amount. I see. Thank you. It's a 2-to-1 ratio. I didn't know you compress gas. Yeah, that's interesting. It's good to know. Either way, though, I mean, that means we really don't need this much just for fluid tanks, but still gonna stick with it because it's just easy for planning for now. So we could even say like 200, 270, you know, break off a 270 belt. Keep that for tanks. That should give us enough tanks for double that amount of gas, right? For whatever fuel type we're using. That would be pretty much more than we'll ever need, I think. Then the rest could combine onto this belt or something, and we could do something else with that because it is just reserved. So, you know, we'll factor that in. It's good to know because I didn't think of that. It's like, yeah, man, you really don't need that many tanks. So that's the aluminum casing. So the next ones we could do are Alclad. Bit redundant typing alu when you have an aluminum factory. So for Alclad, you could do that in Modeler, but it is a little involved. Just a few more clicks. The other thing I like using about this is just completely custom, right? I'm choosing to do the way the way I've chosen to do this is like, I'm making these blocks of 6. Like the game would probably, or I don't know, but the modeler I assume probably tells you like, yeah, you can do it in 48 machines. You then have to go in, like you said, I assume, and say like, okay, then I need it to go into 6 and then another 6 and then another 6, and I guess copy and paste that over. I really should use it. I've got nothing against it. I've never said a bad word against it. I just like using this. And it's like when you're comfortable and happy with something, it's like, yeah, I don't feel the need to change it because I'm not frustrated by it. But I also never tell anyone else to use it. That's the other thing, which is funny. I'm just looking for Alclad. Got it. Right, so Alclad is 10 per minute, 30 ingots per minute. There's only one recipe for this. It's just straight up 30 aluminum ingots in. So we do our 517.5 divided by 30. 17.25 machines. What you need. So that requires 10 copper ingots. So it's 172.5 copper. 172.5. And then the amount that we get out is the same that we put in, actually. 7.5. Now, the next thing I would have a look at is on the wiki, it's like, okay, what are these used for, right? So we have copper sheet and aluminum alclad, which could make heat sinks. So yeah, alclad, things that we'd want. It could go into a recipe. Oh, wait, don't worry about that. An assembler. Is it just used in one machine? Manufacturing a quantum encoder. So it's used to make batteries. I think that's what someone was mentioning earlier. And it's also used to make superposition oscillators. Sorry, I am slurring my words. God, it's like I shouldn't have drank so much before the stream. Alclad aluminum sheet, 45 per minute. It's so hard to get. I would be tempted just to reserve a group, you know, and say like late game reservation. Like we'll do something with it, but I don't know what. Or make the Alclad, but like reserve it as Alclad. Although I suppose it's more flexible just to reserve it generally, and then designate it later. So for aluminum casing, what else can you use that for? So just for Alclad, to recap, you can make heat sinks with it, which are used in quite a few things. They're used in cooling systems, plutonium fuel rods, radio control units. That especially, I feel like, is a bit of an awkward one to get, so that might be good use. So yeah, heat sinks have good uses. Obviously making some just for ourselves to work with, to build things, is fine. Batteries, never going to use them. Don't want them. Don't care. They only get used for drones, right? That's it. Oh, you can make supercomputers with them. Cut out the radio control unit and make supercomputers out of batteries if you can pull together the electromagnetic control rods. Which is easy. That would allow us to make more turbo motors. That's actually kind of an interesting one. You need it for the fixed side ingots as well, yes. Well, the raw aluminum ingots, actually, yeah. What do you guys think about that recipe? You guys are smarter than me, right? Batteries, computers, ECM or EMCs, and wire for supercomputers. That seems good. If we look at that recipe here, there's 3 recipes. These are all 3. So slightly less computers. Oh, I won't say that because the rates are different. So, I mean, it is less computers. It's less computers for more out, which is kind of nice. The control rods are not too bad, and the wire. Look, we've got billions of wire. So I think this recipe would work for our current situation. Just considering I have a gigantic copper factory that makes 200 AI limiters per minute. We obviously have so much wire that I don't even know what to do with it. It's like 14,000 quick wire or something. Don't know about regular wire. I think it's like 8,000. That's like great. The battery itself, though, would require. Obviously, you could do it this way with casing or Alclad. What are supercomputers used for is where I go. Yeah, let's have a look. So radio control. They're used to make... Oh, I could be wrong. Oh, never mind. So, they're used to make assembly director systems, so we don't need much of those. I'm looking to hit a good target for fun, but really what you, quote, need them for would be like the neural quantum processors. So, they're one-to-one with each other. What do you need that for? The AI expansion servers, which are another space elevator part. So they're one-to-one. So you could basically say that a supercomputer is one-to-one with an AI expansion server. So whatever target you want to set for them, you need to set for supercomputers. There's no getting around that from what I can see. Yeah, because it's one-to-one with neural quantum processors, and they've only got one recipe, so that's just a guarantee then. So you need them for that. And the AI expansion server only has one recipe, and it's one-to-one with that. So that's just yeah, basically it's that, isn't it then? How many of these do you want? Well, you need to make that many supercomputers then. How many assembly director systems do you want? You also need that many supercomputers. So that's kind of interesting. They're one-to-one with each other. Well, that's true. Obviously, you could double it with sloops. I'm probably not thinking clearly. But if you need... Let's say you make 10 in a machine of something, and it requires 10 as an input. Let's make it even simpler. I want to make supercomputers. I use this recipe, whatever. Even this one, it's just 3 per minute. I use a summer sloop. I get 6 out of these. Oh yeah, okay. I was thinking for a second, like, if you underclock the machine, let's say it makes 1.5. I was like, what if I underclocked 2 machines and then put sloops into both? Would I double the amount I'm making? But it's like, no, you're halving the amount that goes in, so of course not. So yeah. Yeah, that wouldn't have made sense. And I was like, how could no one have thought of this? I was thinking for a second you could just keep subdividing the machines lower clock speeds, but with more and more sloops, you'd get more and more out. That's not how it works. Anyway, I just went off on a weird thing in my brain. All right, well, anyway, so I'd say this is even a good place to start with. I'm trying to gauge how much copper we need to bring into the factory. That's why I'm doing this. So I would say another one of these two could be reserved for just keeping the ingots. So the aluminum ingots on their own could go into maybe making fixite. So that would be, yeah, so I would even say like, so that's 120 per minute. Let's game that out. So 517.5 divided by 120. We could do 4.3125 machines. So that would require 60 reanimated SAM. Oh, sorry, 60 per minute, but 258.75 reanimated SAM. So I'll color this as a copper color. Color this as reanimated SAM. And I'll put in a little legend so I know what they mean. Colors are different. That'll kill me. So let me just do it this way instead. So that, yeah, I'll just, as a reminder, that's copper and then reanimated SAM. It's probably a much simpler way of doing it. I just didn't want to create another category. So it's our little color key thing over there, so we know what these are. I got 2 assemblers at 250 making supercomputers. That's a huge gain per sloop, and more than enough. Yeah, totally. Oh yeah, all these things are more than enough. I guess I'm trying to make use of everything and set high targets, but yeah, it's hard to say, like, what do we really need? You don't need any of this. Like, we beat the game before with, I think, 1,000 aluminum. Or was it? It was 1,200 per minute. I'm now making 6 times that, so it's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I need it for. So this will be fixite. So designation just stays as ingots. Yeah, so I'll just say ingot to fixite. So reserved for fixite in the future. Yeah, something like that. Whatever, it's fine. All right, so the E group then. So we have our casing. We're making 300. Oh yeah, let's also say how much we get out of fixite ingots. 4.3125. 4.5 times 30. 129.375. That's how many fixite ingots you would get. Okay. So currently we're making 700 and almost 780 aluminum casing. We're making 517.5 times 2. We're making over 1,000 Alclad. We could be making nearly 260 fixite ingots with no extra slooping involved if we wanted to. And then we still have 4 more designations plus 2 others that are reserved. So any other ideas what we could do with these? We could make steel. Could save some ingots to go straight into this, although I'm leaning towards just, well, yeah, I guess it's like you could add the casing, but if you want to save the aluminum, use the ingots instead and provide the other things. That is, I am pretty tempted to try to do that. So I do think, yeah, that could be kind of cool. How many fuse frames would you get out of that then? 517.5 divided by 150 would be 3.45 machines, which would make you 10.35 fused modular frames. Sure, why not? Let's just pop it in there and maybe we'll change our minds, but the ingot to use modular frames. The other resource you need, it's like a bunch of things, I guess. So doesn't really matter. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Let's say not too many. I don't know, not applicable really. And then what we get out, 10.35. So out of the 517 ingots here, you get 10.35 fused modular frames when combined with many other things. It'll be 10.35 heavy modular frames if that matters, but not really. And then fuel, and maybe the fuel and nitric acid numbers would be interesting to know, but it's fine for now. That's a complicated one. It requires... I'll just write, yeah, so nitric, fuel, MF. So a bunch of things. How much is Satisfactory? I think it's like $30 or something. I don't know fully. Check on Steam. Grassy Fields, I understand, is using coal, and I did not catch the stream for converting it to biofuel, but batteries work on vehicles like trucks at a good burn time. Yeah, I would still just use liquid biofuel for them. That's really what I've got them for. I've considered using batteries for my ground vehicles and Rocketfuel for drones, if I take that route for supercomputers. Right, 3 more designations perhaps, but again, it could be just more casing or more Alclad. So what I didn't really look into was what else is casing used for. So the batteries, use modular frames directly, radio control units. So I would say, and then heat sinks as well. Yeah, radio control units consume so much. So I would say, I would even do another 2 groups of this. So F group or something, or we could shift these down. shift these down even. D group. There we go. We like double the amount of casing that we have. We have something missing for E, so the ingots here, that can go up, sorry. There we go. Right, so E group is designated to go for fixite. F group, so far we've got like fused modular frames, maybe, and something reserved. A group, we have fluid tanks, and probably some left over from that, and then reserved as well. So this seems like enough casing, I would think, to make anything we need. Just over 1,500 casing, over 1,000 Alclad. Seems good to me. So the question was, how much copper do you need then, right? That's what we wanted to know. That's why I did this. So 258 times 4 plus 172 plus 172. So roughly, we're looking at about 1,400 copper. So I guess let's try to get the exact amount then, I suppose. 4. All of my copper lines are 487.5. So I would say 487.5. I would need 3 copper lines to come up here. So that's really not that much. The 3 copper lines, so 487.5 is 3 copper lines. The max capacity of a freight car is at 3,200 divided by 487.5. It would take 6 minutes to fill one of these. Let me just double check that that's 3,200. Might be 36. I always get them mixed up. $32. Okay. Yeah, so it takes 6.5 minutes to fill one carriage. So to get up here, I reckon it'll take longer than that. It's quite far. Has to go uphill. Oh, the heat sinks one? Yeah, let me get back to that in a sec. Oh, yeah, because that needs copper sheet. Right, yeah. But just really quickly on this, I would just say, if you double that, that way a train would need 6 cars, and it would be a 13-minute round trip. It would have to be within 13 minutes. That'd be fine, right? Not going to take more than 13 minutes. Cool. 6 freight cars. That's not too bad. Yeah, so let's just have a look one more time at those heat sinks. Flap some of this back down. So, heat sinks are used in cooling systems, stuff to do with nuclear, and radio control units themselves. Oh yeah, because I was saying that that would probably be the alternate I would use. So you don't need the casing. Instead, you just need the heat sink. So what do you need for the heat sink? Casing, is it? Either. You go with the Alclad, it's more copper. And this is 1-to-1 with the ingot, if you use the pure recipe. Which we, of course, we would. Now, I make a bunch of copper sheet already. So I'm like, could I just bring this up here? To make heat sinks. Maybe we could have containers full of ingots, but also send some of the copper sheet. That's just something I just don't know. I don't know how much copper sheet I consume. The copper sheet logic. Come on, Darren, did you figure this out for me? So that much is used in AI limiters, and then we have... Oh yeah, we've got loads. Great. 487.5 plus 375 left over, so we have 862. 0.5. Seems like a good amount. So, if we were to say heat sinks are using... They have to be using Alclad. I fixed the mining problem. It was you, was it, Bill? Good job, by the way. I was saying that I think it was Bill, but I wasn't sure about the name. And everybody gave you good praise for it when we fixed it. Because I was looking around and I was like, I don't know. And it was the last belt I looked at, and the 2 were disconnected, and I was like, damn. There it is. Need to go. See you next time. See you later, Tim. Sorry, there's been so much planning and not much gameplay lately. Yeah, so it's like, okay, We would need less casing and more Alclad then, in this instance. This is so difficult to figure out, like, what's the good option. I just feel like no matter what I do, I'll be always saying, like, it should be the other way. We could copy this and paste it there and do this instead, so it's less casing overall. We could have more casing if we want, a little bit. But this Alclad could then be used in that recipe, right? So it's 37.5 per minute. And we've just said that we're now making an additional, it's 1-to-1, so it's 517. 517.5 divided by 37.5, 13.8 machines. And that would require 310 copper sheets, which we could easily do. Times that by 2, because we've got over 800, so we could easily do that. We don't need any more ingots. And the amount of heat sinks we would make is 103.5 times 2. We'd make 207 heat sinks. Like we said, they're used for a lot of things. Cooling system, so we need gas and water and rubber. Okay. Or motors. Oh, I've got like hundreds of motors. This would be good for heat sinks, actually. Just a little bit of extra gas then. We could make a lot of cooling systems. And then they're used for radio control units. And we just need high-speed connectors. Those I make a little bit of, but we could easily make more because we have tons of quickwire silica. I've got thousands left over. Thousands of quickwire. Circuit boards a little less so. I think we've got 90 per minute. So good, but not amazing. So, but you know, that's down a rabbit hole. But I like that. Yeah, 2 of them dedicated to heat sinks. It might be overkill doing 200 heat sinks. I like the idea of it. So it has to go into Alclad first and then into heat sinks. Not the best table, but yeah. So what would I said it was? It's 103.5 in each. That's the heat sink that you get out. Something like that anyway. All right. That gives us a general designation with 2 groups reserved. So the fluid tanks could maybe go down with the... Oh, well, actually, I want to keep them up there. But, yeah, 2 groups reserved. Anything that's just ingots. Ingots to fuse modular frames. So that could actually go up to the A group. So the A group could be, like, tanks, anything left over, plus used modular frames, if you could deliver other things, or send it out. So that could be a designation to send those ingots away. Then all the other groups, B group, C, D, E, are doing casing, Alclad, and just raw ingots that go to be made into fixite. This means that we have a little bit reserved. We want to make more casing, because I do feel like that could be like a tight spot, and we'll definitely have a lot of Alclad. In fact, I could go over this so many times, but like this Alclad, where is it? What is it getting used for? We at least determined that this will go into the heat sinks, but maybe I could just keep some more casing. So could even do a shared group where it's like more like 3 and 3, 2 of them which already have a designation to heat sinks, 1 which could go into something else. Is there anything else for Alclad on its own? Other than obviously we build with it, but the superposition oscillators. I said batteries, but not that recipe. This is the other recipe. We do casing for batteries. Sulfuric acid alumina solution. No, we wouldn't do casing for batteries then. We would have to do the classic battery, which is the alternate. This would require even more casing and solution. I'm not doing that. That's crazy. That would be fine though. This means more wire, which you got loads. Try to figure out plastic. Don't know if I'll do batteries, but we'll see. That could be where we go. All right. Well, anyway, I don't think we'll use any more copper. So all I was trying to figure out is the copper consumption. We can always change what else we want to do. We're not locked in. It's just if you need copper, how much did you need to bring in here? That's what it would do instead. And that would require copper sheet as an additional thing. So it's just something like 600 copper sheet, wasn't it? 621 copper sheet would be 621 copper sheet required total, so it would require pretty much almost taking all of the extra copper sheet we have, leaving a little bit behind. But if it was too much heat sinks, we could always like say, okay, forget one of these groups, still 100 heat sinks is probably enough. But yeah, we'll leave it at that. That was just to generally designate it to know what's going to happen. The stations should have totally emptied out by now. So I'm going to reset this. Again. Just heard the train beep. Shouldn't be beeping. Now the output of items of sufficient numbers the drones are perfect for. That's true, yeah. The heat sinks could be delivered by drone. Alright. Godspeed. Should all be empty now, right? I think. Well, not those ones. The boxite ones. Seems good. As long as they're clear, that's fine. This doesn't matter if it's a little bit on the belt somewhere. Nice. Alright. Godspeed indeed. Good luck. I think next week, yeah, train station plus start to do the cosmetics. Like, just a little bit. It's not going to be crazy. I'm just going to put, like, windows and some polished concrete, some stairs, that kind of thing. Nothing too crazy. It's interesting that these ones are still kind of running. Yeah, it's kind of crazy to me that the recycled water is still, like, trying to come around somehow. I guess it is just constantly feeding itself, but it's funny. Because there's no bauxite left, really. Alright, good. I think they're all off now. So once the trains come in and the bauxite flows, then I'll turn the water back on. This is a rare situation where we actually want the bauxite first, I guess, rather than the water. They'll easily get enough water. And then once they come in, we'll leave it there. And then, so Wednesday and Thursday I'll be back streaming again. And that week, we're basically going to build a... I'm sorry I didn't do it today, but we'll build a train station. All focus on just getting a train station from here, depending where we want to put it, down to here. And delivering up just one train full of copper ingots and some copper sheet, I guess. And once it's delivered, they'll go into rows of machines that will do Alclad and casing in between these rows. This first row will be A row, and then we could do some cosmetics to say, like, this is the A group, B, C, etc., all the way down. This is A1, that's A2, B1, B2, and so on. B, B2. So we've obviously got lots of room here for other things to be delivered in. Is this the newest world? This is not the desert series, if that's what you're asking. A different world. I have a stream world and a video world. The stream world. Nice to make these stations look a bit better too. Alright, boxite number 3 is almost here. Just over there, basically. That's our coal train. Yeah, I look forward to doing the cosmetics of this, actually. It'd be really nice. Alright, here we are. First one's in. Next train, Boxite 2 is just behind. Boxite 1 behind that one. You are even across the board. That's really nice. Obviously within degrees of 1 or 2, but yeah, pretty good. That one just freaked out, but I'm sure it's working right. The animation just glitched. Rex? I know. Big day. Alright, there we go. Transfer complete. Next one's pulling in. Love it. So with that, we can turn on the water now. Oh, actually, I'll just let them fill those machines completely. I'd like to have them totally full. Although I guess the water does take a while to get there, so let's do it. So power dips. We didn't have power dips before until I had that power. What even happened there? Oh yeah, there was a glitch with the truck and it wasn't delivering, well, the timer might have been wrong, but it wasn't delivering iron, so nitric acid wasn't made and then it ran out. Since it had that, I haven't let them fill completely, so they tend to go off. Alright, there we go. First little cycles of aluminous slop are rolling out. Bonk. Take a while to get going, as we know. Popping up behind me. If we can see him. Oh, he jumped down. You should sing. Cute. He had his X-ray today. His Rex-ray. His post-op X-ray. So he's now just a cat. The cat that had a horrendous injury, but he's back to being no more vet visits, no more medication. Now he's just Rex on his own. That's really nice. It's all good. Alright, we're just waiting for the water to get down here. It looks like it is flowing. Yeah, really looking forward to... I'm so glad I do this on streams because I've like learned so much about how to build that the next time I do this is going to be so much better. Like this is cool and it works, so it's fine. But for even building at scale, I think avoiding the water going on to like recycling the water, even though that's actually never been the problem with this build, it's been the trains really, and the delivery of bauxite. But yeah, the recycling of in the desert series when I get to that, which should be pretty soon, is going to be, I think, really nice, and hopefully people will like it. I feel like I'll probably use these recipes though, they're quite good. NBH, hey, thank you very much for upgrading your membership. Means a lot, thank you. And for having such a long-running membership too. Alright, chat's real quiet now. You know, it's all questions at the beginning of these streams, and I don't get anything done. And then when things that I am waiting for machines, everyone's all quiet. But that's probably going to be it, you know, don't really have much more to do. We just have to let this run. I'll be back on Wednesday and Thursdays to continue. Like I said, Wednesday, Thursday, we'll build up to... After now, I've kind of figured out the designations. Now it's just train line, copper in, combine it in some small amounts of machines, really. Just a few assemblers. And then maybe we'll have a train line near that leads back out in case we do want to ship that stuff away. But I do like the idea that the person said, like, oh, just drones, right? Drones will carry away the heavy modular or the fuse frames. It's more about getting that stuff up here, which might be difficult, like fuel and nitric acid. Then we want to do some cosmetics, like finish off these pillars, enclose certain parts of like the stations, but let the rails be like outside. That might be kind of nice. Should be quick. Well, I say quick, but I mean like not complicated. Just want to run down to the copper facility again, just to see how it's running now that we left it for so long. Because we did spend a significant 3-hour portion of the stream on that today. Beautiful. Man, I'm hungry. What's for dinner? No idea. My aluminum recycling works on some blocks, but not all. I'm feeding in the fresh water to start off the recycling water loop back into the aluminum refineries. Yeah, best of luck. I remember you mentioning it earlier that you're going to be test firing it. It's been a few hours as well. Some blocks, but not all. Well, that's a good, hopefully a good sign that if it's working and you're sure it's working for some things, that it's not necessarily a problem with the setup. It might just be, like you said, like how it started. Those are looking pretty good. A little empty actually, so I wonder, am I low on ore? Do we need more trucks? The only way we can see is if we look at the refineries themselves and see if they've like got yellow lights, which I expect they do. Well, they look great. Here we are. Yellow. Your problem. Not enough water? Really? That's a relatively good problem to have. Yeah, okay, cool. Not enough water, that's fine. It's ore that might be like more of a pain to sort out. They don't have enough water either. Alright, let's figure out why. What block is this? I don't know. They don't have their labels up here, just downstairs. I'll just run down. It's only one floor. Right. You guys don't have enough water. Don't know about that. What about this group? First things first. You have your Mark II pipe. Who did that? Who locked the valves? God damn. But true of all of these. Might be. Oh, that one's okay. Well, good little problem to find, I suppose. Nice and easy solution. Don't have to do anything. Because obviously they've all been set the same in terms of their rates. So yeah, I guess it's just they must have had locked valves. I don't know why. Locked to 180 per minute. Can't even think of a reason that I ever would have done that. Other than just immersion. This one's okay. There's this one. So I just decided to lock 3 of them for some reason to a specific number. I didn't even close them fully, which I would understand. Well, if that's the case, then the only complicated thing would be that it might require a restart. As in, I could shut off the belts for ore. I guess I'll just let them manifold and hopefully they'll get going, but the problem, normally what you want to do is make sure they get more water than they need. Although the water is actually there, it's backed up, so it'll probably make its way up. I think it'll probably get there. Anyway. Pumps being Mark 1 is not a problem. Mark 1 pumps work on Mark 2 pipes. I don't know why a few people have come in and said that before, and they think like you need a Mark 2 pump to make it work on a Mark 2 pipe. You don't. It just gives you 20 head lift on any pipe. It doesn't have a throughput limit. But a good eye, because it could have been an issue, but yeah, it's not. No problemo. Just subscribe to your channel so don't miss another live. Gotta go sleep. See you later. See you later, Nino. Sorry I didn't say goodbye sooner. How do you plan your factory's layouts? I always get overwhelmed when building. How do I plan the layouts? Ugh. Normally it's like a hard thing to describe, I think, but these aren't running either. Oh, that's because they're not getting enough copper. Anyway. Yeah, so I'm trying to think, like, even with this one, I don't know. I don't really have a good answer. You just have to watch these streams and see how I did it in a way, because I don't really think about it. I just sort of plan on paper what I need. So it's like, oh, I need, like, I'll tell you what. If you have a little bit of time, I know these are long videos, but this video here, it shows you how I planned and talks about how and why. So this one, if you wanted even more info, the one before it, but then this one. It says, I've never built a factory this fast. And the main reason is because early on, I made a layout. So I have a big concrete floor. So I have a plan. I know what the plan is going to be. I've already done that. Each one of these is just making copper or iron ingots. So each one is doing 480 per minute. There's 4 of them in total. So then I just blocked out, literally, using colors in the game, on the ground where machines go. So in a blueprint designer, I'll like have a blueprint of assemblers or a blueprint of constructors, and then I go, okay, this is a 4x4 blueprint. Carve out a little 4x4 area on the ground and be like, that's where one blueprint will go. This is where another one will go, and then another one. And then they will like send their stuff into like another group. I explained it a bit better in the video, and then how they connect together. But that's how I did the layout for that factory. You know, this factory ends up with stacks of machines in their like placement. Like I didn't deviate from the placement, and they were built really quickly because it was all planned where everything would go. So it was quite simple to do, really, after it was planned. In the case of this factory, this was just planned differently. It ultimately was just planned in terms of the logic of copper? Yeah. So I was like, okay, a truck station. I think I was trying to get all the ore in the grassy fields. So I was like, I'm going to have like 6,000 ore. And at the time, the best belt speed was this. And I decided to do it by truck. So I was like, okay, I need a place where I'm going to have at least 4 truck stations because this is my limiting output. So we're going to have to deliver to each of these stations. And I ultimately delivered to them in a line, like a manifold. So we hit one station, then go to the next, then go to the next, then go to the next. So they don't go to a specific one. They try to hit all of them. Then I was like, okay, we need 26 refineries. So I broke it into 2 groups based on the water that I needed. And then I laid out the groups near each other based on the water. Like, you know, you make 5 extractors. I could have made 3 and then another 3 for each group. But instead I was like, no, I'll make 5. I'll split the water. It can feed then 2 groups. The groups themselves can be split in 2. Because they'll need... I don't know why I did that, though. There was probably a reason for that as well. Why these were split. Oh, because if I used all 26, right, using all of the ore, this would be too much for one belt to handle coming out. Now, in the game, there's a higher belt speed than 780. But I was making like 800 per minute. So I was like, oh, I can't do it. It's 860 or something per minute. Now I could have it on one group, so I probably would have done it as 26 in a line and had fewer lines. But now, you know, at the time that was my limit, so then I broke it into 2. So that's how I laid it out. And then I ultimately just laid it out as blocks, one after the other. Like just over and over again. So that was it, really. But yeah, changes to based on the factory, I guess. Yeah, I know it's a lot to watch though. That's why I wouldn't be like, oh, watch, you know, 10 hours of my series to see how I do it. Or watch all of these streams to see how I do it. But if you do hang around these streams, you'll see me do it. Every time I build a factory, I figure out the layout as I go. It's not pre-planned on these streams. And then every video, I kind of try to explain how I do it. Yeah, it's usually like, what's next to this group of machines? It's like, okay, this goes into there then. You just try to carve out some space. When I'm overall planning out the layout for a factory, I also tend to build a perimeter of where it's going to be. So like I'll build foundations out in a big grid. And then I'm like, oh yeah, the machines will fit in this grid. Great. If they don't, then I need to go wider or higher if I can't go wider. So that's usually it. Are these all overclocked? Oh my god, they are. They're full. Oh yeah, that's fine. We didn't give them Mark 5 belts, so they just can't get their stuff out. That's okay. Good problem to have. Alright, well that might be it. So soon as I fix the valve issue, it'll probably take a little while, but it should give us water all down the copper ones. These are the Caterium ones, so they're just going to be backed up. Because we haven't given them Mark 5 belts yet, but these do. So yeah, expect these ones on the end to not have their water just yet. They will get it eventually. If they don't, what I have to do is go into the power room, shut off this group, shut off their copper, so I don't let them get copper, and then the water has to fill. And then I give them the copper after, and then they're good forever, so... That's why that system's there, for situations like these where some idiot set a limit on the valve and didn't remember. But it's kind of cool. Most of them are firing though now, so we get like a lot rising up there. Do you ever get rid of that sheen on the windows? No, I guess not. Oh, you do if you look straight up. You get a clear reflection. Only when you look down that it blurs. That's the same on these floors actually. I think with glass. If you look up, you get a nice clear reflection on the ground. Right, so you can see the exact light. But if you look down, it blurs. If they fix that, man, that'd be so good if they ever get to it. It's probably an Unreal problem, not really their problem, but yeah, I'd love that to be fixed. What is the meaning of life? There is no meaning. Meaning is something humans invented. That we need to have a meaning. There has to be a reason. There has to be a purpose. You can't just be here and die, right? Gotta be a reason. But there isn't. There's no evidence of meaning anywhere except for here. We give ourselves meaning. So, I don't know. That's all I got. Yeah, to find your own meaning, I guess. I'd say the meaning of life is to live a fulfilling life. Feel contentment and be fulfilled. And how you do that is kind of an individual thing, isn't it? Really. And, not a lot of people won't be able to. Including maybe me, you know? Just all depends. To watch my videos, yeah, exactly. Alright, guess that's it. Now that we contemplate that. But I guess that's it for today. And then, yeah, I'm really looking forward to next week because I really want to just check these things and see, like, if leaving this running for a while, is that factory running properly now? Because it was based off of increasing these, which we've done, but the water shortage means maybe not. So that'll be the very last thing I'm just going to check. Just going to have a quick look. I'm guessing no, but maybe. It would be nice. Because that was built based off the fact that when this runs at 100%, this can run at 100. I'm seeing a lot of yellow lights down here. But not yet. Oh, actually, they're yellow because they're backed up. Oh, that's good then. This means that it has improved. So they must have gotten better copper. It's just they don't have their Mark 5s out yet. That's all. There's so much Mark 5ing that I need to do. But yeah, nice. I'm surprised these belts aren't full then if they can't get out enough. But anyway. Then all of these rows will be able to run, and then the final rows down here will be able to run. That will make all the motors that we need. So how many motors are we supposed to be getting here? 5. Really not that much when you consider all that has to go into it. $140 motors per minute. Yeah, that sounds right. Anyway, alright, that's it. Eat. We'll be back next week. This was stream 13. Lucky number. Best way to do that is to stay away from antipsychotics. Some people would tell you that that's exactly psychedelics and stuff is what you want to do. To find meaning. Have some interdimensional being tell you what the meaning is. And it's just in your head. Anyway, what Darren's philosophizes today's episode: nihilism. Yeah, I don't even consider it. I'm nihilistic, really. I think it's somewhat practical and realistic, but I guess anyway, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I don't think there's a meaning. Put it that way. How inefficient is it to do it this way? or whatever meaning there must be. More likely there's something way bigger going on. We're happenstance. Dude, the quantum computing stuff is crazy. Good night indeed. Good night indeed. See you later, CM and everybody else. So that's gonna be it for tonight. I'll be back, like I said, Wednesday, Thursday. Continuing on, actually building that rail line. I'll probably rename the stream just so people don't come in looking for train stuff, because there was really nothing. Anyway, no mate, telling you antipsychotics, because of the way they work, they do not filter out like hallucinogens. Oh, okay. I don't know what antipsychotics are then, I guess. Stop worrying about meaning and get on and do stuff. Things of, yeah, exactly. I don't worry about it. I mean, I think about like the universe like all the time. So interested in it. And anytime there's like new discoveries, and I'm really trying to learn more stuff about quantum computing and the cutting edge of like that. Not how it really works, but the meanings behind it, I guess. That stuff is fascinating. It's great to ponder it and everything, but I don't need that to live a fulfilling life. Chill, mate. All right, I'll actually leave it there on that bombshell. Time to end. Good night. All right, goodbye. Have a great rest of your weekend, by the way, or your weekend as it starts tomorrow, I guess, and over the weekend properly. And have a good week if I don't see you. I'll be back Wednesday, Thursday, continuing Satisfactory. Hopefully some more other games and stuff. I know I'm always saying I'm strapped for time, but getting close to having more. So things like Anno, the Roman Anno, and other factory games, stuff like that. It'd be nice to do a few other things every now and then too. Good night. Thank you. Goodbye.